some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
This is Ahua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ugi bota wẹ́sẹ̀ ni wọ́n ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀ wò dọ́lọ́ wáyé rẹ̀ wà á nà yí máa ṣiṣẹ́ wẹ́sẹ̀ ẹni máa gbà kàdínlẹ̀ náà ugi bota náà ọ̀kẹ́ra ẹ̀ òhòrè ọ̀hán òrè ìrìnà yóò rè ká òhòrè rẹ̀ bí ọmọ èsì à ọ̀dọ̀lẹ̀wò yìí à ọ̀dọ̀lọ̀ wáyé à ẹnìyà ni wọ́n ẹ̀ wẹ́ni n'ọba àwọn òrè òkú òní n'ọba da òrè àwọn òpè àní n'òwe bá èèmọ̀ ẹ̀wò òrè wẹ́nà rékọ̀t wẹ́ òwẹ́ èmù ẹ̀ yaba òrè police station àdómù ẹ̀ wọ́n yá yé ẹ̀rẹ̀ dàgbé ẹ̀ máa ó máa gbọ́ àkàbọ̀ òrè ẹ̀tẹ́wọ̀n ní agún ẹ̀gbọ̀n ayọ́ òrè náà ọ̀rẹ́ wa rẹ̀ tẹ̀wọ̀n pásọ̀ kábàánì wọn náà mọ̀
Ibe donogo me ofun igbo sabago waro wa big chota wa bidan ofun igbo sabago wa yaro oba atokpe
iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ wa otan re ibizu gbe Victor
adonewu zomo ugewese ege no ya temata ima gbe na kina huda na teme ma no manya mi arinu na ri eme na time ma no ya erewi yori o ewuku ohoge de bi o mesi owoge ima na ba mai ọba àtọ́pẹ́
iṣẹ́ mẹ́sàn bọ́sẹ̀ igi ìnú bí ẹ̀rọ lórí ẹ̀dọ́ báyìí ọ̀ká ẹ̀ kì í nà bí ọ̀ká gbọ́ ibi ẹ̀rọ ìyá ó tàbí ya fẹ́ worldwide bẹ́ẹ̀ tó wá ya fẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n ní ẹ̀yà mọ́ ẹ̀ ló wà á mẹ́tì gùn ẹ̀ sí wọn náà gbogbo ẹ̀ ta gbogbo ẹ̀ gé gbogbo ẹ̀ ta mú lélẹ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tà mú fẹ́
sákàsí yeye sákàsí yeye lókòlókò záyé ọmọdé gọlọgọlọ yíwẹ èsòwò kánṣó.
Iso ọsọ yẹ gbé ìkwá dáyé àmọ́ ètò iso ọsọ yẹ gbé ìkwá ọ̀nà ìlọ máa pa ẹ̀bọ̀ múṣu ẹ̀.
màrá ìwé yé so màrá yé so
ọgbọgbọdọ ọyúre sòwò.
ẹni wọn ọ̀hún ògè tẹ́tẹ́ máa yìí ọ̀rí àìwò ọgù ọ̀rẹ́ wò ọgù ọ̀rẹ́ máa ọ̀sí ẹ̀gbẹ́ kọ́tọ̀ wẹ̀nà rẹ̀ táìtọ̀ rẹ̀ sì wẹ́ kọ́tọ̀ oní ọ̀wọ́n sọ́tọ̀ ń da ògè nù bá wọn ayé ògè nù bá wọn mú bá wọn ọmọ ìrìnà kí gbègbè wẹ̀ ọmọ lè gbè wẹ̀ ìyẹn ní kàbọ̀ rí ara ọ̀sẹ̀ gbé ìwò ẹ̀ ẹ̀mí ìrìnà ká ẹ̀ ògè máa ògè orílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà náà oge na wata ogire Nigeria na oge na ta ogire upe mi na ge iya ni de politics ige otose ge oge egi no na kotu na pa ola na owege no yo ko na pa ola na amami wo bo se emi na mama deru wa wo we oge e ma o te ve pastor
domo sa
zebe e pastor ti we honor ọwọ́sà oge oye
dọ́mọ̀sà ọ̀sà ní ó do apárí tó rẹ̀ mà ń da ọgbà ike dánwà dọ́rẹ́ mà ní màmá gbọ̀n mà sì ti jò oge yìí ń da òwe sí èké ni mà ó ìmọ̀ náà sí èké ní àná mi wọ́n má ra tẹ́lẹ̀ màmá ó jà yìí ṣùgbọ́n òkóbó ọ̀yẹ̀mẹ̀ náà tà mà ẹ́ yìí òkóbó ọ̀zùọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà gún àlòtọ̀ ẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà zí ìgbàgbọ̀n ni ẹ̀ gbá oko tọ̀ ni ẹ̀ dó owó ìyẹn àgọ́ àlòtẹ̀ bẹ̀ náà òkóbó rà hẹ́mẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ayé kan ń yọ̀ wọn àgọ́ ẹ̀ kà ẹ̀ zí ìgbé ẹ̀ gbá oko tọ̀ yẹn sùn wẹ́rẹ́ ìtú òkóbó rẹ̀ dẹ̀ àgbé ọmọ wa gbàgbà ogun àyànkẹ́ kà náà kò tà anadi kpúyò tọ̀ ọ̀nà wọ̀ kí ó wúyọ́ kí ó wúyẹ́ ọmọ náà gbọ́ ẹ lòbí ẹ náà tó o rè mẹ́ra sán ẹ dẹ́gà lè gbé yẹn wá sán máa ó kun ara yòó ẹ bẹ wé ni ẹ bẹ bàbá mọ̀mọ́gí ẹ dàmá ni ẹ gẹ́ ìyá yorùbá ọ̀bọ̀n náà gbá ọkọ̀ tọ̀ ọba sùn ẹ wá mú yọ ọmú gbéra ọmú gbére bọ́ ọmọ ní àyẹ̀wò à wọ́n kì í sunu dá mi sẹ́ abada ọ̀sẹ̀ ní abada sùn mà yẹn sọ mọ́tẹ́ àrọ̀ ọ̀dẹ̀ mọ̀ mi mọ́tẹ́ àrọ̀ mà wọ́n jọ ní dàdó náà là wà lóbi yẹ wọ́n ní mú yóò mú re wọn kò kó bonu ẹ̀ mi wọ́n ǹdọ̀ ọ̀mẹ́wọ̀n ẹ̀gà ẹ̀ mi ọgbà okòtò ọgbà lòtọ̀ yẹ ǹdọ̀ ẹ̀ mẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nà ọ̀nà sí ẹ̀zọ́ yìí wẹ́ bú ọ̀dọ̀ wa mi wẹ́ bọ́ sèva wẹ́ bú ọ̀dọ̀ wẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ bẹ̀ ọ̀kàyè lọ́gẹ́ wẹ́ bú ma ní àwọ̀ sèva dàgbà kókó ìkíyàkúgbé nà ọ̀nà lígi ẹ̀ wà ọmọ ìlànà tẹ́mi mà wọ́n ọgbà okòtò ọgbà lòtọ̀ yẹ wẹ́ ẹ̀nyọ̀tọ̀ yìí ló ti ọmọ àníwẹ̀ lárí ọmọ kàgúnmẹ́ gbọ́n kẹ́hìn náà di máa yá yìí so ọ̀sẹ̀ nẹ́gí àwẹ̀kí ọ̀sán agbádá yìí wẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ àgbọ̀ gèmí ní ẹni ọmọ àtàmà ní ìgẹ̀lẹ́ gba akọ̀tọ̀ ẹ̀rí ọ̀gẹ̀lẹ́ náà ẹgbẹ́ mi ní ọ̀nì màlá àwòwò kí wọ́n wẹ́ ní kí wọ́n bò mí ikú ọmọ àwọn àgọ́ ẹ̀gùn à ọ̀dọ́ náà sọ̀rọ̀ ìwà ìvá wẹ́pọ̀ ńdọ̀ ọ̀hún yẹn kí ebe sọ̀rọ̀ náà wàá sànà bàbá lọ́yà àgọ́ àlọ́ ògè tó tábà mẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ mi àmì èrè ọ̀gá ọ̀dọ́ wẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ìvẹ̀ yọ̀wọ̀ bọ́ uga n'oge ebe iliri yobo uga odo no nyawa we uche ti yoku opa yin unda we ke emi oko ore ne uga mi oga mo kaka bo mo no nu make na ami oligi oba atop pe
ese ore magwaka ni wa ore ebi no ki e danger no kwa e no wa e no wewo e no wo tu oho ore ajé òun èmi dàn ẹ̀yìn nù ẹ̀ máa yẹ ọ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ bísùgbé.
ẹ̀mí na yorùbá aka náà òhòrè ma nọ̀bàmà òhòrè nàbà òhòrè sọlọ́bọ̀ náà ẹ̀gì màmí ẹ̀ mú òhòrè ẹ̀bí ọmẹ́sì òkè kí ọmọ òhò ẹ̀ ma òkè kí ọmọ òhòrè ẹ̀ ma ọmọ òhòrè esu no ekeni eriri la to zagawa zewe no teme kataban aga hasade maso no ya to hoge aya okwa we iri ewe waye mana we ga ayo me ma wo ayi nye so nbo e de no ni seti do to hoge ma emi ni eho ni ehu ona ho ene o we ri na ri yepo oni wa bi agogo kan yire we ogba na yo hoge gba to fan no kwa ogbe mata emi ro pa ti fan no o be yele wo kie ke ọhọ oge e ma yeye ile mo na yin wa we amada we mu pogbon ga ye e ma ta agbogba ne dagbo do wan doge mi kina tan hu da we oteme yunu kan ban okobo agado ta mu we be gwa lo to wa yin yan mami okobo wo mumu okobo ga iune onwanyo dane o yo ye yaku o mumu o se ti dolowo ma be yi e dolore gbe yi o ma no ye be ri o e se ti bu e ti diabo e se ti yin se o ba to pe
anyway oge magwa kana oge ro wuwe oge re ewuwe enogi okun ewuwe de ni ya do atama won iye we ewodogawe ọjọ́ wé dán ihe ma wé gwalụ tẹ́mù kùkẹ́ ha ike awẹ́ ẹ̀kẹ́ awẹ́ ìrìnà àrùwà oòrì ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà jẹ́ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ ùpó àgbáwẹ̀ nùpó gbáná ọmọ ìrìnà àrù wé dáadẹ́ ẹ̀zẹ́ ìrànà ò àrù ẹ̀bọ̀ náà ò lórí àrọ̀ dé náà yọ́pọ̀ rúwú náà èwá níwọ̀n náà fi àyàn fi èyà ọmọ náà wé ní ẹmú èwò náà rí ayọ̀ wò bọ́ no when you call Guerona, or when you run when you wanna, I change you. They are good no while in a joy ba area no in Nika, or beggar, I won't know what dollar you know. Oh, Pano Kuna, when you media, or when you call a good mother. Away to the Makena, or when you call it Yawa, or when you wanna. I mean, or Russo, I have beauty, would it be? Uda, where I are. Iheni elegbe we wi ewe nu ta he o meti we ne reswegbe kunye noka no giver no ge ya se unye wo kwara we ogbe o we mi na we unigi to swegbe ma mi ya ne we ebi no hi oge e ma e do le wo yi e do lo de yi e do le ro pa yi oge e no owo no ba won no ba won oge na ge no orun ai awo ma ko eri eku ame ona ti ona gi eku a o so wa ni egbe no ba oge
owe no ma ti ebo to ti uki
o ti uki e mo oge ki o te be pastor ge mo e we kiane oge magun aka
e mo oge magun aka o bo si oge
o ya ya wo na
ya le to ko pa bebi no wan wo bo si oge o ma no ma we mo e gba no awe we aga no na o eji no onu ya no kwo ye ba no ya la o igbovo ojo ma to oge dama e to ma ni me mi we we ba ni ma keke amo ye ba na mo ma be yo o sa no go do han no eze ba so pin ku we no we gbe e fo ko para re bi no wan o ko na ni a so pin bi no wan ma ka igbe aza no so pin e ma no ku e do ba e Kristi ina ju gbe mo bo iya we amu e wo alamu re dado wa ko na bi alamu re u gbugba fi lo gbe no wu e Jesu yana no so ni ma fi gbegbe a ni ma fi gbegbe o magun ya gun unda ye okobo no ta oke sora imowu Jesu na gbun koto won no se na gbun koto we no ka o won no pa we mu re wo we mu adamu re eyin abo pi agba du ekini bada di miere no pi agba wa mu re be na miewe de ku wa kari ere da ho na
we no pa ma we ho
o de ku wa kari ere da ho na wa ga nyunyi me no wa yin na no pi ani ai gba we wo owo na pagba yo to bo wa gbalamo re ona wa mu egbe e wo ona we no pi ani agba we wo na Jesu ke e we eneni atara o re ruwe o yo okobo o yo okesun ga mo Jesu yi jogi ati no nyama ni Matthew gbegbe a ma no wo to wa nwa owo na lamo go na mi o wa we na we yen na ga o yo o de bogi tuhumu ona we uwa ya fe no bi gbe mo bona no do gwan na de no ma ewo horu uwa ya fe we no fi gbe no ka ona na go na no pa na re no pa yen na ko ari gbe yo toto ona de oto na no to Jesu na gbe mbu ko to o ge se pe ya je amagi yen mi kian ama iwo won ni yo ana we o ge na we ona ibo no ko na we e ma no fi gbe ya su we si ma wo o ko na be tu mo yi o we no pa ire ma no nyama Jesu na we ahia eyi we do be ona we ya bo ari ko ni ya pa o ma ga bo ma oge do ta ma we kakabo we o ma no guwe gbo o ka we bo ma ni e mo oge bana ni e te mo na bi ku ya eva ka ye nu we ya oyi o we imaya yi ogwale bi no ya va egbe babe ni no ya oge ijo egbe okobo no ta e chema we kia we ga okobo ojo we kia we ga agwalo teni uke ga yin meri o keke ga re uru ati ima hu dem is amada suki o wa do ba igbin of ya ore mame me na wa ore mata no ire wa mu igbin of ya na mu ye pupo ni re keke ire ni e ba o me do ran iya kin no tebo na fo we ka gwalo teni ne uke ga ka re we oba atokpe
se eni wa ege be ki abane oge e magun aka na we no ka le no do aro ni no ro na we ka ba ma oge elebe do la wa we ka ba oge ko do la eri o wa be ba we oge
eri wa no so
uda oni wa enwa ni enwe de u me ka ba ma oge we na we anado aba we eni ka o wa ka se enwe abe ni ka o ti ma na yeri o wa si no wa se wa ge aro so pa iye soro be wa wo ka gele ya wa ezezo no uwa do mewe ni nwa ni wa ge emi masin abo otona kin uwa ga o se so bo a opolo lo so na bo a ari ene so a e ma so be dio o wa we ro o we a de ni arun ai ya be ni e ki o to se na o we ri egwa o eni awa iwo na o ya ru emi eso o ya la to na ma de mu ne o ya mu hie wa ge o wa be fie be la dia o ge na ba ma e o wa we si eni wa e na me we nema na do so bi aba e wo na na ba gbo oge e wo ni eduna egbe ya fe na hie òwe bèrè àárọ̀ ìgbé káàdì rọ̀ àti èbè etí sàrọ̀ gìdìrún rí akí ọlọ́wọ́ kwa ìyẹn àbàgbò rẹ̀ ìyẹn ni ẹ̀yìn àwọn ìmúyè police station sẹ̀ pé ní akátà sí èyàn ẹzọzọ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹzọ àwẹ rẹwò bẹrẹ ọ àwẹ gbọlọtọ ẹ níwọn ẹ ẹzọ náà wọ́n ya fó ẹ akẹ́ aládìí ayọ àwọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ìhùn náà nà wẹ́wò lé sọ́ọ̀sì wà náà o ìkèrè orí akẹ́ o ẹ̀sùn lóko náà o ẹ̀sùn ọkọ̀ náà o àròtọ̀ náà o àwẹ̀dìọ́ náà o èmi ni màá yá kí àwẹ̀ dọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà dẹ wà á gbé yìí ta o ẹ̀ nọ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ yìí ẹ̀rọ pọ̀ máa ẹgbẹ́ yìí òtá àgbọ̀ yá fẹ́ iná ìnà àgbò yìí ẹ̀rọ àwa mi ẹ̀wò náà máa mi ẹ̀ wà ìtẹ̀ ìkẹfẹ́ rí ọmọ ìnà kí èmi nì ọmọ ọ̀nà yegú gbìnà dọ́ọ̀nà rò kọ́ yẹ wọ àìnẹ̀hùn náà wọ́n wà kọ́ àìnẹ̀hùn náà mọ́ ògè ní ẹ̀ máa bà má èmi yà fẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ́ rí ọ èé máa ní wọn ẹ̀ àwẹ̀ èdìọ́ wẹ́ẹ̀nì ni màkàwé ta wẹ́ẹ̀nà wẹ́ ọ̀kárẹ̀lẹ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀sù ẹ̀gbẹ́ ọ̀kárẹ̀lẹ̀ ìyákẹ́ ló tọ̀ kẹ́ ló kù wẹ́ẹ̀ ọjọ́ wẹ́ẹ̀ máa ẹ̀sù ẹ̀gbẹ́ ọba máa ẹ̀ máa wọ́n ìyákẹ́ ló tọ̀ ìyákẹ́ ló kù òfin ọ̀yẹ̀ pò wọ́n á yẹ ẹ̀dàgbọ̀n wọn wọ́dà wẹ́ẹ̀ máa mú wọn bá wọ́dà òórè wẹ́ẹ̀ á ló ta èmi ni wúrẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ ta wákíá ló wọ́gẹ́lẹ́ wà sọ ìgbé obùsè wa hẹ̀mẹ̀ náà bàtà ni wọ́n ẹ̀ ń dá ìmọ̀ ẹ̀mẹ̀ náà rọ̀ nẹ́ẹ̀bẹ̀ mà agbọ̀nhẹ́ wà bẹ̀ bẹ́gẹ̀ sọlọ́mọ́rọ́ gẹ́ oye náà dùn náà ní ma oye náà dùn náà ní ma ni wọ́n ẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn mà nìhun yìí dùnà ọ̀ dùn náà ní ma yá ọ̀là àwòwò wàrẹ́ ìbàgbọ̀ òórè ma ẹ̀yẹ òwúrẹ́ ni ẹ̀
kene iho ni riete bo o gewe ma ya ka mo e ba anawe emene mata o wana ri ba ori bo ke kenu we do o na ge na ave tu tagbo nu akem na we do o ene do ya gwa lo to e do ru ta de ge mata ta no ga u la me na ya mo eme na ihe ban awe ma yu la me ara me wa ba wo ugi asien tu manika o neru oba osa baba yemena yebora owe no mati ebo ogi ti uki mama wa na ba oge owe na ya hewe gbo owe no han we me agbon e ile ma tu e abeteme ni re e kabetu wa ge oge gwegbe yin wa ye mata gwegbe yin na mi kin na to na mi egbe ahen raro ebo ni odo dangme odo hen oba atokpe
ise
oge ke sin la ẹ̀dàgbọ̀n wa mú dábí náà tí máa ta ẹ̀bángẹ́ Victor Ibizugbe oge sin oge be gwọ́gẹ̀ ẹ̀dàgbọ̀n wa ọgwọ́gẹ̀ igi òwa wẹ́gà ta ụgha ligi wẹ́gà gọ́gọ́ ọ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́dọ̀ zùọ̀ ọ̀kàgẹ̀ yìí agbéwì yìí agbé ọmọ ìkìnnà náà gbé wáyé ọ̀gá bẹ sọ ìgbé ọ̀sẹ̀ gbọ́gì ọ̀wà ẹ̀dọ́ bẹ wẹ́gà dóné igu toge ya momani yukpore unda mani ya iyo we bo mi e bo gbe bo e mama mi agbede o ga pa bare ba ba utabona ya mo ene we age wa
you be varo
o teme o ga ya tu ma mi no e o ga tu ma sa o ga tu ma so o ga tu ma van o ga tu ma obi ode o ga tu ma da o we no ma tie bo ọ̀gá tí o kì í eve náà vie ìwé kọ́ àmẹ́vẹ̀ náà vie ìwé gbé ni ìyẹn náà sanogodua ìragele ọ̀pá ẹ̀ va ọ̀pẹ̀ mi kò náà ta náà ìyẹn ọ̀pá ọ̀gá ètò ọ̀nì màá yà ká wẹ ayámẹ̀ àìmẹ́wọ̀n ọ̀bọ̀ wà yọ̀pin yó ẹ̀mẹ̀ oríyàn rada bọ̀ ọ̀tá lọ́kìá ẹ̀mẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ wà á ta lọ́kìá kúndó ògè náà mú báyìí ẹ̀yìn mi ra dàn ní ọ ẹ̀mẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀viẹ̀vẹ̀ ọ̀gùn aládìàmúnú ọmọdé mi ẹgbẹ́ ọgbọ̀n rẹ̀ zera agbọ̀n mẹ́yìn mi nọ̀rọ̀ ń wéra ní ìdáni ọ̀yẹ́ ìyá dédé ọkà kí ni ìyẹn ẹgbẹ́ ògè wẹ̀ arí ìrà yẹ wẹ́nà lélẹ̀ ọkà yẹ lè kíá wẹ́nà rẹ́bò wẹ́nà ọ̀wẹ́nà yẹmọ̀ ọ̀yẹ́ jí ẹ̀wẹ̀ kí ọ̀yẹ́ níwẹ̀ núdé mi nù wú àtàkì àsọ́bàlọ̀ yọ̀mọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òkè kẹ́ ẹ má núdà ìyẹn nìyàrá ọ̀gá gbọ́ agbé mọ́ ẹ mẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá náà rí yẹn ní mẹ́wàá yẹn òkè oyin ni wari o mamudia no yen wu ne ona ka so be gbomo obi ona ya kinke ona be la no giver ona ya kin anye o ona la no giver ona ya kin no zuwa ne ya de ibesa yera gbono ba mi yera ba mi o ba lo ni ona wa mojo wa wari ayo egbe ona ye meso kin o meme no ma o pa enva wi ga gele ebe soro be no timakata be ni wan si we o ma na duyen ona wi mi emi na ga ikobo ye ga lu emi enara ore iyisen ya gwa lo to wi ga gele o pa enva be mi no wu na owe re ni o ma ni mi egbe na lawo wo were ga gogo we si o balo ye dagbon anu nu de okie ke o ho ma oba ga to pe ise
anyway ya iwe oge magwa kana mo oge ye ma ye ba ma oge muda we ba oge eyan ha ewe wa so eyan ha ewe wa fa nu ta o akan odo akan odugbo owe ka ba oge
ira opa
yan ba owe no gbe na dege owa mi o ha etu o na ebo ri to e ba bono to ukpo 1944 1942 na dege epo ra gbe lege iro de atokana epo ra gbe ye ko gba ona o ise gbepo yana se yo igbo ise gbobodo ide ọmọ ipa gbe iye ire ona wo ti e wa gbe ọmọ na ona du kuse la eme wa mi e wa re motor ye kere wege ni o wa kipo to ebe me o wa kipo ki ya ona wa vie ma motor e ma àwọn bowo e ya se ana ye ya se o na gbe na dere ami àwọn to me o e wo ri to me ba nu de bono to anyway ọmọ no mo re bawe eri oye o ba no ati ene o ma ba no o emi no ata ma to so ma ni egbe e mara ya bo re ba wa oge o ta we ba bo ba e ya ro ni wa emi no si edowo di o sabo legi di asiwa o di eke ise o so we ni mo ni ma bi le yin ni ama e o yi ma te ni na ya fe ma wa na but no de kai mo to ne no de kai ya fe emi no amaru uwa mo e bai adu agbo wa ni bai o e ma eve no ovie manika ovie magbon ovie mai ironi to bo ehia bueno to ge ni ironi oka dekunwe e don ni wa e ma mana mo give bota o de na yoto o sarobo la o adam po he na e Nigeria ya fe o sarobo la edo wa ma la o da ise wa ni gbe mara sarobo lo ge gbe ran wa ise wa no do ki wa idu ki musa ise wa me iwe gbedo oba atope ise
RTV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Beautiful morning to you. And every morning we dress up, wake up, and we show up for you on your ultimate current affairs program. This morning on ITV in Benin, in Lagos, and in Abuja, bringing you up to speed with information in the politics and in the polity, telling you how the policies of government is being shaped by the day-to-day activities as we look forward to the 2027 general election, which is around the corner. I'm not alone here in the studio. I'm with my amazing co-anchor. She's always looking dashy as usual. But before I introduce her, I am Lawrence. Osifo. Let's join my co-anchor, Anolu Akbo Stevens. Anu?
Good morning, Lawrence. What happened to ladies first? Because you were just saying with your co-anchor, you had to introduce yourself. Anyway, good to see you.
I have to introduce myself if I introduce my co-anchor.
No, ladies first before the men. That's how they say it, right?
Oh my God, you got me on that. How you doing?
I'm blessed. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. We're here again. I'm monitoring the politics and the polity, what's happening. Kano is the next center stage.
Absolutely.
As the governor has shift tent. He didn't go alone. He left with 22 members of the House of Assembly, 9 members of the House of Representatives. That's a big blow to the NNPP. And you know, Kano has a way of shaping Nigeria's politics. Kano State alone, the largest local government in Nigeria, 44, and population as well. People argue that Kano has the highest local government, highest population before Lagos. But a lot also say no, Lagos have the highest before Kano. So all of that put together, what do you look forward to see come 2027?
Oh well, so many beautiful stuff. I mean, 2027 politically, whatever, it's already heated up, and a lot of Nigerians are looking forward to it. But even before this defection happened yesterday, a couple of weeks before now, we saw in the news that tension did arise around the Kano State government area due to gossips and rumors about the governor of Kano State, Abba Yusuf, defecting to the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress. And what are the reasons he spelled out? The usual reasons. He wants to be connected to the center to get all of the great dividends of democracy. And also, we saw how he was able to gather a lot of supporters yesterday during the defection party, I would say. And as a result of what has happened yesterday in Kano State, Kwankwaso's son, the commissioner of youth, resigned yesterday, and we are also going to see all of their resignations as well moving forward in Kano State, because the KKK state, and it's not just the Kano State that is one of the most political heated states when it comes to election in Nigeria. We also have Lagos, we have Katsina, in fact the KKK state, including Port Harcourt. Now it's a bit of Godfatherism drama happening, but in a more subtle way, I would say, because it hasn't gotten to the point where we see trading of words, although Kwankwaso did say that on the 23rd of January 2026 has been tagged as a day of betrayal because he felt betrayed. A lot of things to talk about when it comes to defection in Kano State.
Absolutely, a lot of things to talk about. You know, when I hear these people say they want to be aligned with the center, I ask the question, what is really in that center you want to be aligned with? Because the Constitution already spelled out that your allocation must, not will, must be given to you. So when you tell us that you are aligning with the center because maybe you're scared of your allocation, you can drag the federal government to court if they don't give you your allocation. It is exclusively stated there. It is your right as a state to get your federal allocation, to get your derivation if you're part of the 13% derivation state, whatever that is supposed to be given to you. So when I hear some of this governor come out to say, oh, they want to be aligned with the center, what is really in that center?
It's the presidency and it's the president, but it's safe to say that all of this going on is for just selfish reasons.
Exactly.
Because you want to come back again for a second term. Because already the federal government and the president has said, due to the removal of fuel subsidy, a lot of state governments are getting more allocations and more monies, and we don't even see that affect the daily average man right here in Nigeria. So safe to say that it is for selfish reasons. And what about the people? But already we hear in the news that the APC has come out to say, you know what, all of those governors coming in on board, don't think that it's a free Kulabaloo automatic ticket for you. You have to fight for it. But then there are those again who would say that, you know what, we've settled all of the differences moving forward. So all of the persons coming in on board right now, do not worry, we're going to settle you accordingly.
Okay, they will settle them accordingly, they say. Let's talk to Ikaru Atta in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, the center of unity. The president have jetted out again out of the country, but Ikaru being the correspondent in the State House. Let's get to hear from him and see if you have any information to give to us. Okay, before we join Ikaru, so like I said, the president have jetted out again. The president.
When did he return?
He returned last week, exactly.
Safe to say fact that he loves traveling. But then again, so we heard that he went to Turkey, right? And just to be precise, he departed yesterday for a state visit in Turkey. And according to Bayo Onanuga, he said the visit aims to strengthen long-standing cordial relations between Nigeria and Turkey while exploring new areas of cooperation and security, education, social development, innovation, and aviation. Basically, bilateral relationship. But this is not the first time. I mean, the main question should be, what are the dividends of all of those travels? How does it affect the Nigeria economy? And all of these guys you are going to see, how many times do they even come to visit us here in Nigeria?
Thank you. That is the question
on my mind. I mean, the last time the president of Turkey did an official visit to Nigeria was in October 2021. But our African leaders right here will always go there. But then again, over there, how often do they come down here?
I'm waiting to see the day Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, will say he's coming to Nigeria for bilateral. Must we be the one to always go meet these guys for bilateral talks, for aviation, for education, for security? Can these people also come to meet us to explore some of these things from us? And the president did not do crossover in Nigeria in the history since I was born. Yes, I don't think I can't remember.
You held on to
that
I held strongly. On to that.
Yeah, he did not do crossover in Nigeria. The president of Nigeria, since I was born, it has never happened. Or it has happened, maybe I didn't know. But this, I captured this. He didn't do crossover in Nigeria. He crossed over in Bayo Onanuga said Europe, a continent.
And then we saw him in the UAE.
We saw him in the UAE. From UAE, he moved to France. From France, he came back. Now he has gone back again. All right, let's speak with Abuja and Lagos. Ikaro Ata, the center of unity. I was thinking you'll be on that trip with the president. You'll be on that trip with the president. But Ikaro, how are you doing? How is Abuja? Okay, let's talk to Lagos. Patricia Gabriels, how are you in Lagos?
I'm good, Lawrence. And how are you doing in Benin? Anyway, Lawrence, I heard you and I know. Yes, go ahead. Okay,
Benin City is cool, calm, like I said. Though some slight traffic on my way here this morning, as usual, built up because everybody's either you're rushing to school for school run, you're going to the office, so you just need to hit traffic. But Benin City, as at when I was on my way to the office, very amazing. The road was okay.
Anu looks so beautiful this morning. Okay, so I heard Anu and you talking about the president jetting out of the country again. Honestly, it's becoming embarrassing. I mean, how the the president jets out of the country with all the problems lying down, seeking for attention. I mean, there's so much kidnapping going on in the north. There's, of course, just the one that happened yesterday, the FCT was on fire. You know, workers were protesting for salaries. I mean, there's a lot going on. The doctors are still on strike. People go to the zoo and they are rich. Imagine I had an evidence. I saw what happened. I think 3 days ago, someone had an accident and was rushed to the general hospital here in Lagos. He was rejected. Private hospitals also rejected him. They took him to the bigger general hospital in Ikeja, and he was also rejected because doctors were on strike. Guess what? The gentleman died. And so a lot is going on. We need our president's attention to, you know, try to sort all this out. But he's always out of the country. Just like Anu asked, what is the dividends of all these trips? Has it changed the economy of the country? Do we really have people coming in here for investment? I don't think so. There's a lot to be tackled here in Nigeria, and we need Mr. President more in Nigeria than traveling outside the country. Lawrence.
President here in Nigeria rather than you traveling, because we have so many daunting challenges in Nigeria we need to fix. Today you are in France, tomorrow you are in UK, next tomorrow you are in UAE, the next day you are in Abu Dhabi, the next day you are in Turkey. Come on, we're tired, Mr. Excellency, sir. We're tired. We need to fix our problem here rather than no. One thing about this traveling, Anu,
right?
If you know the cost of his stay, whether talking about parking the presidential jet at the airport of the country you're visiting per night, talking about the entourage he's going with, because he doesn't go alone. They will feed those entourage, they will pay their hotel accommodation, we will buy aviation fuel for the presidential jets, we will ESTA codes, you know.
Well, there are those who would say that when it gets to your turn, when you become the president of Nigeria, don't travel. On a lighter note though, but then again, another thing to even talk about are those persons who always, the governors, the ministers always go to the airport to go and welcome.
Look at what they go to do, they just go and wave him bye-bye.
Yesterday we saw the minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, right there at the airport going to say, hey, you know what, bye-bye Mr. President, we'll see you soon. And we saw the hula baloo, the drama, the shenanigans that happened right there in Abuja yesterday. I mean, there's so many things to talk about today.
Hope Uzodinma left Imo. He went to Abuja just to wave the president bye-bye to Turkey. Like, doesn't
you know, there was one time that stuff was trending.
On the social media. Like, what doesn't make sense? You are the governor of a state. Focus on your state. Then you use taxpayers' money to fly from Owerri to Abuja just to do the president like this, an elderly man. It doesn't make sense.
It seems the politics we get to play here in Nigeria is a very unique and beautiful one, just to sum things up.
To you is unique and beautiful. Okay, let's see if we can speak with Ikaro in Abuja. Let's get to hear from him about what happened yesterday in Abuja, the protest, the FCT minister, everything. Ikaro Ata, good morning and good to have you on TMI this morning. How are you doing? How is Abuja?
Well, Abuja is this morning, if you can get me very clearly, Lawrence, Anu, and Patricia in Lagos. So much to explain about the dilemma of a nation. And if we will use the word of Professor PLO Lumumba, he said Africa lost the script. We lost the script long ago. That's why you could see our leaders all gather. Sometimes you have China African Corporation, over about 30 African leaders in China. US will have their own war. The all African heads of states and their airplanes will fly to that place. That's the theater of shame that we have found ourselves. And what you raise, the big question is, why will governors from their states fly into Abuja to come and shake the president who will be traveling on a two-day working visit? That means all things being equal, if nothing happens that he needs to branch into France or anywhere, that means we'll be seeing the president back by tomorrow evening or next tomorrow morning. And Hope Uzodinma had abandoned Owerri, flew into Abuja, and had come to get that handshake, standing beside Wike. And somehow that's the irony of the state. What we can do inward, we believe that we must go to other civilizations and beg to get them. Okay, yesterday was a theater of shame at the #1 capital street, Gariki area 11, Abuja, which is the corporate headquarters of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA, an office of the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, where the striking workers had come in and from the court where the minister dragged them to court. After the court adjourned, they marched to his office, and I don't know what led to that. The minister came in. I don't know how. Military men were deployed in large number, police and civil defense, and they gathered the minister in by force. But coming out was a problem. And he had to sneak out through the back door. And that led to the theater of shame that we all saw yesterday. The question many are asking, when the whole area is charged, why do you have to come in and escape through the back door? Why? Just why? Can't you just go to the airport, stay in the lounge, take some nice chips and ketchup and nice juice, even if you can take something a little bit hot, and wait for the president. When he comes, you shake him. After shaking him, you go. And many persons are already analyzing that video, and I just pray Anu and others will spare Wike this morning on that handshake and some of the body gesture that persons are talking about here. But we'll be looking at that on TMI in Abuja this morning, and also looking at the area council election. Like what you raised is a show, it's a one-party show. Let's use that word, one-party show. Abuja will be having area council election in less than in about a few weeks from now, and yet nothing is happening at all. Nothing. No campaign, nothing anywhere. The entire media houses were forcing to create a discourse because it's a one-party state. PDP is in disarray, Labour Party in disarray, ABGA in disarray. Which other party is left? Even the ADC, some persons have been going to court with allegation that those going to court to destroy all the parties are funded by the current government. Allegation here. But with all the parties in disarray, the only party that is not in court at the moment is the APC. So the question is, how safe are we? Everyone had to jump ship and enter the APC, and the Kano governor joined, abandoning Kwankwaso, who stood in for him. You've seen many persons join. Akwa Ibom had joined, and many persons have already defected. Delta of all states have joined, and many of these states are states that are chronically PDP or chronically whatever MPP, and they have all moved into the APC. And many are prophesying, political prophecies, that we are going to be seeing massive implosion in the APC when it comes to ward congresses, party congresses, and delegate congresses to choose who will represent them, because most of these defectors are coming to a place that fully already have its own structure. The Kano lawmakers defecting. There are many persons who stood in for Tinubu and Ganduje during the storm and Barao, but now are you going to dislodge all of them? What will be the fate? I think we're looking at that. While still this early morning, I know our crew are already at the FCT Minister's office, where we are going to be seeing another show. I don't know whether it will be show of shame or whatever. The second day in court from the Minister office, there will be charged workers. The one you see on the screen are all charged workers. That was Barrister Maxwell Okpara, who said yesterday that he was wondering, why should we drag workers to court when we can talk to them? Almost 3 years in office, you have not met workers for 1 day. 3 years in office, you have not met the workers for 1 day. Lawrence, Anu, and Patricia, somehow, someone will be asking a question. If Tinubu can be in NSC, why can't you meet the workers' union just for 1 day? You've met everything. Why can't you just sit down with the workers and talk to them? 3 years, when they ask you for their right, you drag them to court. When we want the drama for us, we have to cover, to report, make analysis, and ensure that the public is adequately informed.
Yes, so many things to talk about this morning, Ikarata. But then again, there are those who would say, what are the basic reasons for the strike? Let's not forget that it started last week and it's still up until this moment. What are they talking about? The welfare packages. Would you want to run us through that just a little bit?
Okay, I thank you, Anula. There are so many out here. Is that when the FCT minister came in, one of their grievances is that when people retire, there is always this issue of the minister saying there are the ones he's working with, about 5 or 6 or 7 persons he works with, either as permanent secretary, either as director, either as whatever. He gives them 2-3 years extension, 2 years extension, 1.5 year extension, and the civil servants are asking, when will you start all of this? The head of service with the head of service was to retire, you gave extension. PAMSEC was to go, you gave extension. Directors were to go. Somebody who have served 35 years in office, you still give them extension. Now, the other one is setting allowances and entitlement owed. They are not paid. The issue of promotion, they brought in a consultant to come and do promotion for the staff, and about 8,000 or 10,000 persons wrote examination, and only 2,000 passed. And they asked that they got glitches. Many light went off. They had glitches. That in the case of JAM revisited its own. In the case of their own, they said nobody can talk to the minister. Only 2,000 passed, 8,000 failed, and the 8,000 are saying we cannot fail our promotion examination. 8,000 is failing. That this is the first time FCT is using what do you call it now? CBT examination. That they want that exam conducted. That you can't just get a consultant. Most of the computers did not work. That's the first time they are trying it. And the next thing you say, the 8,000 they have failed, only 2,000 passed. And what about all the complaints of glitches? Nobody can talk to. I think the focal thing, the points are 18. They are 14 points, 14 or 18 points. Some say 18. The workers are saying, I think the cardinal thing is the fact that there is a need for the minister, having served going to 3 years, to just sit down and tell the workers, what's your name? Who are you? And whatever. And what are your demands? Government, every quarter, there is 1 day set aside for minister and trade union. Every quarter, every 3 months, a full day, like from morning till night. After that night, they will take, I think, lunch or whatever. It's a full day. They will bring all the grievances. They will sit down and talk. And the reason why the strike appears to linger so long and why the problem escalated was that just on Sunday, NUT, the teachers did not join them. But on Sunday, the teachers decided to call a meeting and say, look, they are going to be joining the strike. And that was why you see everything got real compounded. And like what Barrister Maxwell raised, which some person share, the time you are spending hiring SAN, the time you are spending going to court, Why don't you spend that 20 minutes or even 1 hour? Just sit down with the workers and tell them, okay, we are joined, we meet tomorrow, go back to work. But for 3 years, you are not doing that. I think, look at the deployment of a military to come and stop, heavy deployment of military with coming with about 4, 5, 7 hillocks to stop your workers that you can meet and you have not met. I think the whole thing is about the side irony. The demands are very many, but we just be able to get that, and the military men and others go back to their barrack or Sambisa Forest or somewhere in Azafara or Sokoto to fight bandits, and not to be gathering there in their hundreds, if not thousands, trying to prevent workers from coming to protest and dance and sing.
Okay, Ikaro.
Okay, Ikaro, if you can hear me, thank you so much. There are those who are looking forward to reactions from the Minister of the FCT. Of course, even the media know that we're expecting a media chat to make a press conference. Now, I feel like it's interesting times for Nyesom Wike, because last week we saw protests still in the same Abuja with youth calling out for the removal or the resignation of the Minister of the FCT. Will that happen? I don't think so. But moving over to Lagos, Patricia Gabriel, run us through what we would be expecting from your table this morning.
Thank you, Anu. We'll be looking at 2027 again. I mean, the elections are drawing near. Finally, we go to 2026, and so 2027 is visible. Okay, so we'll be looking at the storm as Shettima's fate divides the APC. We all know that, people are complaining of the Muslim tickets, and then, a lot of APC members are saying that shouldn't work again in 2027. And now Shettima supporters are not agreeing to this. The supporters are saying it won't happen. Why do you want to take him off the vice president ticket? So a lot of people are complaining that Shettima's supporters, while we also have the other supporters who says the Muslim ticket cannot work in 2027. So there's a division, there's a kind of division in APC right now as we speak. And people are asking, will this division help the ADC to override the APC come 2027 elections? Will that help the ADC to win some of the elected offices, like the presidential office and governorship office, some of the offices, because a lot of governors have defected to APC. And just like you asked earlier on, what is exactly happening at the center? And just like Lawrence said, I mean, is the titlement of the state governors to get their whatever allocations they are entitled to, whether they are APC, whether they are PDP, whether they are ADC, they are entitled to that allocation and they're supposed to get it. So I am thinking, in my own thoughts, it's selfish interest, because I do not know why you want to defect to APC, saying, oh well, that's the central, that's where it's all happening. That's, for me, it's greed. And so we're going to be looking at the division Shettima is going to be causing in the party come in the future, some days to come, because a lot of confusion is going on in APC right now. And so we don't know how this will be handled, especially with the president always out of the country. I do not know how this will be handled, and then I hope it will be handled soon.
Patricia, beautiful. I feel like it's a timely conversation. Well, thank you so much, gentleman and lady. We'll join you shortly. I'm back here in the studio, Lawrence. I feel like it's a timely conversation, because we've even heard of names have been called out for the best possible person for the seat of the vice president. And just yesterday, Bayo Onanuga, the spokesperson to President Bola Tinubu, did say that, hey, the media should stop projecting all of this. It's falseless, it's baseless. We do not have any intention of removing or changing Vice President Kashim Shettima. He had to clarify that yesterday.
But we're seeing it happen. So Bayo Onanuga should not always come out to shade and to cover, I'm trying to be very careful, to cover the shame of the person he's working for.
Well, until 2027, before we would know.
We will not wait till 2027. No, the primaries will be done this year, 2026. So it is during primaries they will start shuttling for who we, because without primaries there will be no main elections. So INEC guidelines says as a political party you have to conduct your primaries. After you conduct your primary, you have your flag bearer, the president and his vice. They go together. It's a one-person ticket. When we go to vote, there is no voting for the president and the vice president. I don't know if you understand. Once the president wins, automatically the vice wins. Once the governor wins, automatically the deputy, his running mate wins. It's a joint ticket for the president.
Anyway.
So truth is, whether Bayo Onanuga likes it or not, or Daniel Boala, the second spokesperson, because the offices are so many, you never know the one that is not the spokesperson. Whether they like it or not, we are seeing this thing like the honorable back then in House of Representatives said, it's like the biblical mene tekeyu fasi. It's visible to the blind and unable to the deaf.
Whatever that means. Whatever that means. But right now, let's hold on to what Bayo Onanuga has said, saying, hey, media houses, everyone stop doing that. We are not taking out our interesting, some would say ceremonial vice president,
He just came back from Davos.
I think he'll be going out soon.
He'll be going out again. Everybody is just going out.
And to think the president is out of the country, usually, according to the Nigerian constitution,
you're supposed to
the vice president will be in charge for the period of the time when the president is away. But we don't see that happen.
It doesn't happen in Nigeria anymore. It happened during Jonathan administration. It stopped then.
It also happened during Muhammadu Buhari's, the late president's
first
time,
administration.
Because there was a period when Yemi Osinbajo handled Nigeria, and we saw a little bit of difference.
Some change. So it doesn't happen anymore. I was having this conversation we just talked about with a colleague and a friend in school. He was like, everything has been changed. Who changed it? How did it change? The constitution says when you're leaving, you hand over power to your vice on an acting capacity. But you know the problem with us in Nigeria, because we were too greedy, we were scared that if I hand over power to you, if you are my deputy now, before I come back, you're going to sign a whole lot of security votes.
Well, on the other hand, I also think it's an average Nigerian
mentality.
That happens everywhere, in organization and school. So it shouldn't be a biggie, but then the right thing should be done the right way.
Absolutely, the right thing should be done the right way. Let's touch a little bit on the FCT.
Right.
The FCT minister are going to court to ask them to quash an order by the workers in order for the caption there said he was whisked through the back gate. A minister. A minister. I
think that happened because the protesters locked the front gate and he had to run for his life.
So why did you not do the right thing? Because if you know, say the minister of the FCT is like the governor of the FCT. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Just like the governor of the state. He gets allocation, he passes the allocation and everything. So how can, it's just like the governor of Edo State. People are protesting. They will now whisk him through the back gates. Come on, that's appalling. I
honestly do not know what is going on with Nyesom Wike.
But the only thing he does is to fly from Abuja to Port Harcourt.
To Rivers State. Yes, I honestly do not know what's going on. There are those who would also say, because prior to now we saw a protest that did happen saying remove or sack Nyesom Wike. Abuja is not Rivers State. Maybe that warrant could be politically motivated or sponsored.
Should we always tie politics to everything that happens in Nigeria?
Well, 2027 is here, so of course we have to. You know, and also I don't know what is going on because Nyesom Wike that we know in Rivers State, he was up for infrastructure. He was, I mean, with governance, he did so well. Maybe he's confused with the political saga going on in Rivers State because oftentimes he spends more time in Rivers State than Abuja State, where is the minister of the FCT? So, and like I did say, we're looking forward to immediate press conference with his, that is chair.
Yeah, that is chair, that big chair. They'll just come out in a public place.
Right.
Even Lere will go to our sister station. Either one of the sister stations. So, he's a media aide.
Right.
Lere, what's the other name again? Lere something.
Larry
So we will see all of these things on foot, but it is wrong. The Bible says the person that has work deserves his what? His wages. Pay them their money. It's just like the both of us as we are here now. Month is about to end.
No, we have the faith that
we have the faith already that we're going to get our allot. That's why we're here. We're doing our job. We're happy. God, pay them their money. Pay them their money. It is their right. It's not a privilege. When you work, you have to be paid. It is not a privilege. It is a right.
And it's also beautiful to see that NLC joined them
NLC
yesterday.
joined the protest.
TUC also joined.
Yes.
So it's not just one section of the FCTA
Absolutely.
workers speaking, it's everybody in general.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that schools have, some part of the schools have also been shot in the FCTA. I mean, what is going on, Mr. Minister? Yes,
What is going on, Mr. Minister? That's the question. I know he's asking you, Mr. Minister, what is going on? Let's take a break so we'll flip through the pages of the paper. We'll start our conversation here in Benin, looking at those states under review, the infrastructural development of Senator Monday Okpebholo since his administration of the governor of Edo State. We'll be having a senior special assistant to the governor on special duties to talk to us. Then hopefully time permits us, we'll also delve into the Kano politics, the defection, High Fellowship 2027. But let's take a break to bring you what the people are saying. Stay with us. It's TMI on the ITV network.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're on to This Morning on ITV, and now we turn our attentions over to look at a couple of national dailies this morning. And we begin with the Punch newspaper. Interesting headlines, I would say. And the major one is as regards military intervention. Military investigation ends. DHQ moves to arraign alleged coup plotters. Savada says military finally confirms plot to overthrow Tinubu's government. Inside a plot to breach presidential villa security, DHQ awaits presidential go-ahead for military tribunal. On page 2, you get details of this story. Well, on the front page of the Punch newspaper, we have two pictures. It says, deadly winter storm hits U.S., 17 killed, flights grounded. Interesting times, I would say. Well, on page 20 of the Punch newspaper this morning, 2027, Ganduje assures Yusuf of APC tickets after defection. NDLEA arrests 336, destroys 207,000 kilograms of cannabis in Ondo. On page 5, you get details of the story. Local government power tussle. Osun APC kicks as Adeleke slams Oyetola. On page 20. Over 400,000 jostle for 50,000 police jobs. He was speaking. IGP Ebetoku has that to say on page 7. Strike. Court decides today as FCT workers demand Wike's removal. On page 7, will that happen? Well, we'll see. Presidential panel recommends freeze on 1 trillion naira rice imports. On page 21. Alafi so absent as Makinde kicks off Oyo 50th anniversary. On page 20, that's the ancient city of Oyo State. Which of those stories would you want to react to? Because there are a lot of them.
There are a lot of stories to react to.
First with Ganduje assuring Yusuf of APC ticket after defection.
Yeah.
Saying, don't worry, we're going to give it to you. That's just it.
Automatically. Because you know why I'm so these things look so interesting.
Right.
The party you are defecting to have come out openly to tell us that your defection will not guarantee you automatic ticket. So I begin to wonder, what is now the idea behind this defection? Mba of Enugu, Duoyedri of Bayelsa. You guys not even going for a second time again. That's Duoyedri. That was the one that touches me. Okay, you want to go to Senate? I agree. Because the Senate is the what do we call it? The pension ground, the retirement ground for the governors. You know, why all of these? Why? Nigeria is politics is
away from that. Let's talk about this alleged coup plotters.
Yeah.
This is the second time again we are having this in the news, and interestingly, the DHQ and the military are too quick, too fast to swift it all out. What do you think is going on? Should we be concerned? Should the Tinubu government actually be concerned is the question.
I, as a person, as an individual, as a Nigerian, I wouldn't be concerned. Do you know who should be concerned? The politicians. Yeah, they should. Because I don't see, if democracy is indeed the government of the people, for the people, by the people, as it ought to be in the layman's definition, then the people seem not to be experiencing that kind of democracy. And people in the military, I'm not a supporter of coup.
Right.
Let me make that clear. I'm not in support of that, because there's this saying that the worst military rule, the worst democratic rule is better than the worst military rule. I'm not in support of coup. I've never experienced coup since I was born. Yeah, to be honest.
Nepo baby.
I've never experienced coup. Probably the last one, I was still very tender in age. Yeah, that was the very last, before 1999 and everything. So I've never experienced coup. But come on, the government should be concerned, because if you're doing the right thing, I don't think the military will be gingering to they want to take over power. No. So the politicians should be concerned with providing the basic necessities according to section 14 sub 2a, b and c of the Constitution. Sovereignty belongs to the people. The welfare, the security and welfare of the people shall be the sole purpose of government. So when it now seems like the security is not there, the welfare is not there, the people will be agitating for another source of system, which I am not advocating, and it's not good to advocate it. So the government should sit up, or they should stand up, anyone they want to do.
Absolutely. Let's move away from that and look at other interesting national dailies this morning. The New Telegraph is up next. You want to take that?
The New Telegraph, the New Telegraph is leading with a court-martial military to try officers, just what we spoke about, of alleged plot to overthrow government. You can find that in page 3 of the New Telegraph. Above that, above the masthead, which is fourth quarter of 2025, bank loans to government got up to 38.1% to 34.22 trillion naira. All right, powerful forces working to destabilize Nigeria, says CDS. That's the Chief of Defense Staff, or that's on the military or the coup plot, according to the CDS. Below that, you can see FG has no effective plan to end atrocities. Who is talking? Amnesty International. Down below that, you can see Nigeria record first robotic women's gynecology surgery in West Africa. Thumbs up, good one to hear. There's cherry news first in West Africa. Cherry indeed. Finally, on that, opposition reps raise the alarm over non-implementation of the 2025 budget. And lastly, Osun LG's tenure elongation illegal in democracy, Adeleke tells APC. All right.
Okay, away from the New Telegraph newspaper this morning, we move over to the Nation newspaper. And the major story this time around taking the shape with what is going on in Kano State. It says Kano quakes with governor lawmakers defection to APC. So rather says Baru excited by movement into party. Kwankwaso's son quits ESCO. So that happened immediately. The defection party was going on right there in Kano State. Away from that, Daisiana's trial for corruption in UK runs into hitch. On page 4, you get details of that story. President arrives Turkey on page 2.
Okay, he has jetted down in Turkey.
Yes,
Thank God.
yes,
Congratulations, Mr. President, for your safe trip, for your safe flight.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, we're waiting that.
He's our president. It's not easy to fly on air when you get to your destination. Congratulations, 001.
Tell me about it. Well, still on the front page of the Nation newspaper this morning, AGF takes over Zekoma's forgery case from ICPC on page 35. No plan to replace Shatima as Tinubu's running mate, says APC. Page 4. So you guys hear it, be warned, don't talk about that anymore.
We watch.
We've seen that here already on the front page of the dailies this morning. Well, military set to court-martial suspect for alleged coup on page 2. NAFDAC's ban on sachet drinks will cripple local investment on page 7. We're seeing details of that story. And of course, on the front page of the Nation newspaper, just below the major headline, we see a picture of what went down yesterday in Abuja. And finally, low-income earners get January pay with tax laws implementation on page 33. Well, that's all on the Nation newspaper this morning.
Okay, let's see what the Guardian is saying. The Guardian is leading. Residents on the brink as rents spike above yearly income in major cities. Benin City is one of those cities.
It's everywhere right now, even in Lagos.
But I think what
Port Harcourt.
I think what we're having right now, let's talk about this a bit. It's really, really something. A landlord cannot just wake up. your rent expired in December, for instance.
Right.
You want to renew January to December. He tells you he has increased rent. It doesn't
Immediately.
Work. It doesn't work like that by law. You know, the problem we have in this part of the world is we don't know how to follow the channels of the law. Probably we feel the channels are too slow, or it takes time. If a landlord wants to increase your rent, for instance, you pay yearly. He gives you a 6 months notice ahead.
True.
As you were paying for last year, he will tell you from this year, I will be increasing my rent. What happens? You will now adjust yourself, know what you need to do. But a landlord waking up because you want to renew for a new year, tells you, rent don't increase. So because you now, out of probably looking for an accommodation is something crazy, then you put so many things into consideration. You just, okay, I go pay. That is not what the law says. You own your house. I agree with you. You built your house with your hard-earned money. At the point where the person rents your house, you have transferred your titleship to the person.
Right.
The house is not the person's property, but at the point when the person is staying in that house, it becomes his legal property. So you cannot just wake up in the morning as a landlord and barge into a tenant's apartment. That's trespassing by law. The person can sue the landlord. It is his property, like I said. You built your house. So when I saw this, I'm like, because it happened recently somewhere around me. You don't wake up because you feel you ate overfeeding for Christmas. You have increased rent. Who does that?
Maybe some of these guys are not even informed. Because they say information is correct. So I would say that most of them really are not informed. Another major thing we should even talk about is the fact that we do not have association and bodies governing all of these things.
Absolutely.
I know they tried to do that in Lagos, but would it work? In Benin City, in Edo State, it's another different ball game.
It's another different ball
Also, it's not every house you even tend to increase rent. You would want to look at your house first or the estate before you just say, you know what, we are increasing this rent. And then some person would also fix their place, renovate it before they say, okay, I want to increase my rent. And it's left for you to either retain or you find your way. I mean, how much is the minimum wage?
How much is the minimum wage?
We talked about this yesterday. I'm raising the question up again. Really, I mean, Nigerians are going through a lot. And 2027 is here. I mean, if you're not part of the process, I honestly don't know.
Hopefully, we're going to be having someone on Thursday. We'll talk about this process so much on Thursday, God willing. Okay, let's move on to the next one on the Guardian. OSP worsens in Ogoni. 1 month is after FG's intervention. You can find that on page 7 of the Guardian. Okay, we'll move to the next one. Which paper do we have next there?
I think that's all we have this morning on the newspaper review segment. Okay, we haven't taken the Nigerian Tribune. So let's quickly take that finally. It also did say alleged coup, military to court-martial 16 officers. That's the major headline on Nigerian Tribune this morning. On page 3, you get details of that story. No plan to drop Shettima as Tinubu's running mate. APC again reaffirming on the Nigerian Tribune on page 16. Regarding health, Nigeria records first robotic women's gynecology surgery in West Africa. Well, the power of AI, beautiful, on page 2. Now, still on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune, with Kano's governor's defection, APC now controls 29 states out of the 36 states plus the FCT that we have right here in Nigeria. Well, subwriter says 36 assembly members, 44 local government chairmen followed Abba Yusuf to party Shettima to receive Muftwang into APC today. That's Caleb Muftwang, right? Of
Taraba.
Of Taraba State. Caleb Muftwang. Oh my goodness. On page 15 and 16. What is going on?
What is going on?
We're going to have a free and fair on election come 2027.
You know, it brings to bear in law, there's a statement they use, Doli Incapax. So when you hear the word Doli Incapax, it means someone who cannot decide by law. So in the eyes of the law, children, they are Doli Incapax, a child below the age of 10 and 12. Cannot make decision for his or herself. So whatever the child does at that age, it is seen as ignorant on the child, doesn't know what he's doing. So when I see local government chairman, House of Assembly members, which other people defect alongside with the governor, I ask myself, are you Doli Incapax? That you cannot take decision for yourself? So anywhere the governor is going, you go with the governor?
If you do not follow, you would not get some of those benefits.
If the governor is entering inside the fire, you follow the governor to the fire?
Well, my goodness, at the end of the day. And then they say he who plays the pipe takes the tune.
Indeed.
So, well,
All right, so you grab a copy of any of those dailies to flip through and get more details and insights. Let's take a short break. Let's start up the conversation. Those states will be our major focus, infrastructural development under Governor Okpebholo. Let's speak with the special advisor, senior special assistant rather, SSA, to the governor on special duties. Stay with us. It's the TMI on the ITV network. Thank you so much for staying with us on the program TMI on the ITV network here in our Benin Network Center. Let's talk to someone who is part of the Edo State government, the special advisor to the senior special assistant rather to the Edo State governor on special duties, Alex Uriesi, who joins us virtually on the show this morning, looking at Edo State under review, infrastructural development under Okpebholo's administration. Alex, it's good to have you and thank you for joining us on the program this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right. It's been more than a year that the governor was sworn in as the executive governor of Edo State, but to some quarters, probably the opposition party, they will tell you the governor is not doing anything, but some persons in another divide will say, oh, the governor has been trying in his developmental stride in terms of infrastructure, looking at some things that are ongoing, which definitely you are privy to. Give us, a brief and tell us, has the governor really met the expectations of the people who voted for him?
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. I could see the smile on your face when you asked that.
I'm naturally I smile. This is me. So don't tie my question to me smiling.
The smile is because of the amount of development is going on in Edo State. It is not easy. Just a governor that just came in. How long? And we want to stop screaming about Ramat Park. But Ramat Park is no more the legacy of the governor, but the legacy of Edo-lites. Ramat Park is the legacy of all Edo people. Can you see how beautiful that bridge looks? Can you see how beautiful Ramat Park is coming to light? Ramat Park is about to become a business hub because of the ease of access, ease of in and out, ease of transportation of goods. Before you know now, all vehicles and goods coming in from everywhere will pass Ramat Park because of the accessibility and the grade of the kind of job that has been done there. Let's not forget that the amount of road being done around Edo State has moved from 200 kilometers to about 400 kilometers of road network going on in Edo State. Do you now understand that there is now a new road connecting Esa to Auchi? There's a new road that he created to ease access. Do you know that most governors will not create new roads because of the amount of money it would take? But because of he has the people at heart, he has created a new road, a new route. So you can imagine how much that would take. Clearing paths into bushes, into forests, just to create road. That is somebody who cares for the people. Have you looked at the development of the schools that are being renovated? See, you talked about the opposition. I don't think we have an opposition again in Edo State because the opposition are now praising the governor.
Let me cut you there. You can't say that. You can't say that. Democracy thrives with both the opposition and the ruling party. There's an opposition party in the state, so you cannot rule that away. You can't say that. There's an opposition party.
But what I'm trying to say now is that the opposition are acknowledging the amount of development in Edo State to turn a side eye. It is not possible. It is not possible. When you see good things, you praise good things. That is how we were raised. So they are saying the good things and they are praising the governor. Yes, there's an opposition, as you so claim, no problem. But they are saying the good works of the governor. I don't want to. It almost sounds like we are singing a particular song every day. But when a song touches your heart, you keep singing it. The governor is working. Look at what happened in Ekpoma, the unrest. It was solved under 24 hours. Why? Because it was staged, it was planned. But His Excellency came to the aid of the citizens, came to the aid of the common man in under how many minutes? He was in Ekpoma for how long? Just to solve that issue. And just so you know that the road in Ekpoma is also being done, first class grade cement road by BUA. Don't forget that. Don't forget the development that is going on in Udomi, trying to transform Udomi into a mega city, having and bringing in industries and partners to kickstart our state on another, so we don't kill Benin City. So there is so much going on at the same time. He approved 5 more new roads from the last SEC meeting he had with his cabinet. So you can imagine how much is coming. I keep saying, I don't want to sound like we are praising, but the work is evident and we can see.
All right, Mr. Alex, thank you so much for that interesting submission. Now, one of the things that has been going on or bedeviling Nigeria is the issue of insecurity. And I remember when he came into power, he did state that he's going to give Edo people security. Now, in terms of security, how do you think this administration has actually played, considering what we've seen so far in places like Isako, the last one that happened at the AAU ECPOMA axis? How would you say that your principal has fared as regards security in Edo State?
I assure you that Edo State is one of the only states that have set up a proper security task force to deal with both kidnapping, insecurity, and unrest in the state. The task force is working so hard that you and I can both assure that we do not hear anything about cultism again. I personally ran a campaign for His Excellency on anti-cultism. Cultism is dead and gone. And now it has transformed, or it has moved into what we now call kidnapping. Now, let's understand that what we are trying to categorize as an Edo problem is a problem for the whole Nigeria in itself. And do not forget that the armed forces are presently engaging these bandits that are migrating into other places to cause chaos and unrest in the forest. Right now, the U.S. is working with the military, providing intelligence to subdue their major source. And that is why they are going down by the numbers. Apart from that, His Excellency's task force is made up of the very best of intelligence in police, NSCDC, DSS, and other outfits. The anti-cultism units have now developed into a partnership with the security outfits. I can tell you we had the best of December, the best or the last silent, quiet December that we had. And I'm sure it upset a lot of people that they have now tried to make it look as if the state is under a kidnapping spree, but it is not. You and I both ply our routes every day. I go to the village, you do. His Excellency mostly goes to the... So you can imagine the amount of security that is being laid down. Work is being going. It's an ongoing process. I don't want to compare our state to other states, but you can see how they are dealing it and how we are dealing with ours. And ours is progressing, definitely.
Okay, Alex, let's delve into the education sector, because you made mention of that. Well, let's delve in details. Do you actually think your principal, which is the governor, has really done well when it comes to education? Because we're seeing that even some schools are still in a very dilapidated state, which really ought not to be. Because we're in the dry season now, probably that's the reason why some of the media houses are not reporting schools with leaking roofs, those in the villages where you have no teachers. Yes, we can admit that about 5,000 teachers were employed recently, but the employment, basically, have these people been, sent to the classroom? Because there's nothing anybody will say. Education still remains the bedrock of every society, whether people out there, some persons try to tell you school is scam and all that, but we don't believe in that. Education remains the bedrock. So talking about education, what has the governor really done that the people can actually say he has done so much in that sector as well? Because you made mention of, because most of the things everybody says now when you talk of infrastructural development, anything that the first thing people mention is the flyover at Ikpoba Hill, the flyover in Adesuwabo, beyond all of that. Because it is the people who has good welfare that will definitely fly a flyover. Someone who does not have good welfare cannot fly a flyover. Education, what has the governor done in that aspect?
Thank you very much. I want to also appreciate you guys for the smile you're giving me at the back there, which is very good, because I'm about to hit it right from the head. When His Excellency came into power, he declared a state of emergency on education, which goes to say, and in a way, if we emphasize or expand that, it goes to say that he is going to take more proactive measures on education. When we came into power, a lot of schools were dilapidated, as you have said. A lot of schools, as far as I'm concerned, by my calculation, through the Commissioner of Education, Dr. Paddy himself, about 60 schools have been renovated. But let's not also forget that the state is big. We were handed over what you have called dilapidated, and we are trying to restore. And to restore does not take 1 day, does not take 1 year, does not take 2 years, does not take just 4 years, you know. But by His grace, we've been able to renovate 60 schools. Just of recent, we did and we renovated the Army Day School and so many other schools. About last week, we saw the school that was abandoned because of the level of ruins it was in, and it's been brought back to life. The students are happy and the students are back to school. Dr. Paddy, the Commissioner for Education, has been given a mandate to do his very best on education. And I can assure you that Dr. Paddy is one of the high-ranking commissioners that has been doing very well in his assignment. The school and the students are very happy. The students are singing. The students are saying, thank you, Mr. Governor, for giving us hope for the future. Even the teachers are undergoing training, because I saw that the chairman of SUBEB also took the teachers on training, because we cannot just be building schools and not train our teachers to teach our students for the brightest of tomorrow. The schools are being worked on. The schools are not just being worked on, but the teachers are being worked on also. A lot of schools are in renovation process, and like you said, it's dry season, so a lot is happening now. Even a lot of roads that were abandoned are now being done now because it's dry season. The schools are being renovated. Before students came into session for the new year, a lot of schools were reopened with lots of new facilities and new renovations and infrastructure. This one, you see, when we were doing interview last year, I was telling you, or I was not too sure. Now, I am very sure of what His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo is doing. And it's no child's play. It is evident. If it wasn't evident, I'll be hiding my face and be telling you this that, but there is evidence. And if you want, we could take another interview and I'll run you down the schools that His Excellency has worked on. But I assure you, every school will be attended to in this administration. The students and the youths and the kids are not left out. For the Edo kid is going to have a brighter future through His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo.
Me, Mr. Alex, yes. So it's a new year, 2026. The year is still fresh. The slate is pretty clean. What should Edo people be expecting from Senator Monday Okpebholo moving forward in this year and also in the coming years?
So it doesn't look as if I bought you guys and say you guys are smiling all the time. But I can say this for sure. His Excellency has a master plan now for Edo State. Edo is going to become an industrial hub where all our youths are going to be refined into tech and industries are going to be created. His Excellency bought about the state acquired about 400 hectares of land that is now into agriculture at the Esa side. Now he has gotten another 400 or so hectares of land at the south side so that we can also farm on the other side. So in just no time, Edo is going to be an agricultural producing state, and then industries are going to be made to store and facilitate this produce so that we can then export and sustain food sustainability within Edo State. I know it might sound like I have so much to say, but I do have so much to say because I have seen a lot. And I know what His Excellency is working on. Soon there's going to be a master plan for progression and how Edo State will progress, even when he hands over power, so that there is sustainability of development. So I'm assuring you that Edo State is going to a place that a lot of governors and a lot of other states will want to copy. And
all right.
Even
Alex,
ITV will be so proud to have us as a government.
Let me cut you there a little bit quickly before we wrap up, because there is always no time to talk so much when it comes to issues like this, but we always have time to engage more. Lately, we started hearing or started seeing news flying about Edo Air. It struck my mind. Is this what we need at this time in Edo? People who cannot feed, people who don't have money to pay transport fare to Auchi, how would they have money to buy air tickets if Edo Air comes on board? Do you think this is the right step in the right direction? Edo Air. Why not focus on the Edo Line, ECTS, the ones that the average common man can actually afford? Why airline in a state that is tagged as civil service state? How many persons can actually buy air ticket? Where is the whole idea of the Edo Air coming from? Quickly before we wrap up.
Let's not forget that Edo State was one of the states to first float an airline. back in the day that everybody is copying now. And because we fell out of it, doesn't mean we don't still own the airspace. We have Edo Line, yes, but having an airline is even better. You know why? Because there will be an increase of IGR. There'll be an increase of more money for the states to even do other things. If we don't take on big investments, how do we get big money to do other things? You know, the level of when you go to Lagos and you see those skyscrapers, it gives you an idea of industrialism and for people to come in to do business. That is what Edo Airline is. Edo Airline is a hope for all the Edo indigenes and giving us that strength to know that the state will be stable. Is it what we need right now? It is what we needed so many years back. Because the former administrations did not see it in their view, doesn't mean it can't be in the preview of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo. And just like I said last, so I don't say too much, he has a master plan. And if he's doing an airline, it means there is so much he's doing that will sustain the common man in Edo State. Yes, not everybody will fly an airline, but everybody will take Edo Line. Let's imagine if he didn't do Edo Line and he was doing an airline. They will say, he didn't do for the common man. So he has done for the common man, and he's trying to increase our IGR so we can get more for the state, which is Edo Line and other businesses that would bring light and bring more people to Edo State. Because the more people we have, the more businesses and industrialists and industrial people that would come. We don't want to have shortage of flights to Edo State when people are coming to invest. So he's opening the playing field for everyone to come in and do their best.
All right, Mr. Alex, I'm pretty sure everybody would want to fly at some point, even those that haven't flown before would want to fly because Edo is shining at the end of the day. Now, thank you so much, Mr. Alex Uresi, SSA on Special Duties, EDSG. Thank you so much for gracing our conversation this morning.
All right, thank you so much for joining us again, Alex. We'll take a break now. TMI continues shortly in our other networks, and just stay with us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alex and Anude, looking at the performance of Governor Monday Okpebholo, the one they call Paco Misa and Paco Wonder, and asking questions about the Edo Air. If that is what the people of Edo State desire at the moment here. But so many questions here. But somehow I can't connect that to the flyover. When it started and everyone was asking, is it flyover that we needed at the moment? And that sometimes reflects, sometimes to when the man works so hard and God blesses you and you give woman money. She asks you, is it money that is everything? But it's still okay. Let's go. That's what governance is. When you have critical thinkers and persons who are very vibrant opposition to ask questions to those in authority to give account because they are in that office are holding trust for the public. Now, the FCT Area Council will be having an election conducted not like the one you see across, but this one will be conducted by the National INEC. And this election will be coming up in just slightly about 3 weeks from now. But if you look around the FCT, it appears as though nothing so much is happening. Unlike what we used to see before, when all the political parties hit the street running, where you find FCTA issuing statement warning politicians against extreme pasting of posters on bridges, on certain sensitive national monument. For this one, we're not seeing that campaign very much, with many persons talking about it, that why is the FCT going into an election, unlike before, the flame and the storm and the beauty and the glamour of campaign is not there. My name is Ika Ruata. This is Independent Television ITV Abuja Broadcast Network Center. The program is this morning on ITV. Now we're being joined by a public affairs analyst, a key stakeholder in the FCT political structure, and one who have been actively involved in grassroots politics in the FCT and have been following it very, can I say comrade or Mr.?
Oh, okay, honorable, it's okay.
Okay, Honorable Robert Madake. You say it's honorable. Okay, thank you very much, but not right honorable.
Yes, not right
okay,
honorable.
now let's start with now. We have an election coming on board, and we're not seeing the flair, the glamour. By this time some years ago, Abuja is already going up in flames politically, and everyone is dancing. You could hear them, you could see it. What is happening?
Okay, so essentially the approach towards election campaigning in Amak has evolved. So it's not much about billboards and posters all over the place, you know, but it's more about community engagement, stakeholder engagement across the various areas. The interests, you know, so there is a lot of underground work going on within AMAC. There's a lot of stakeholder engagement going on.
But how will you be doing underground work? Time.
Yeah. So basically, yes. Yes.
You don't rest. What's happening?
Yes. So even now we are not sleeping. We are not resting.
But I mean, we on the street feels the vibe.
Yes. So what is happening is that there's going to be a very heavy push towards the end of the process of the campaign season. Towards the days leading to the election, you are going to see a lot of activity. So a lot of energy is being projected in that direction to ensure that people come out and do the needful. There is a challenge generally with area council elections. It does not get as much publicity as the general elections. And there is also a very serious voter apathy in FCT area council elections generally.
But let's now come to the political analyst, if you agree with me, Honorable, about the one-party democracy and its effect on your party, the YPP, is not suffering for now. You appear to have got your house in order. But the APC, the PDP is almost in shreds, with the PDP candidate becoming the APC candidate. The LP is almost in shreds. The ADC, I know they are going in and out of court. What impact does this have on the area council election?
Okay, so generally, yes, there is the idea that there is APC seems stable, but I can tell you for free that the only reason why the APC structure looks stable is because they are in power. So they are more.
So are you saying it's boiling?
Yes, it's
boiling on the ground.
There's going to be an implosion.
Okay.
Yes, because you have too many strange bedfellows, you know, in the system. So it's not. The reason many people are there is because it's the party in power.
But if they are strange bedfellows and the pot from which they will eat is big enough, they can.
So that's the problem now. No matter how big the pot is, if you have too many greedy people, you know, it's not going to be enough. So that is the problem. So, and there is the analogy of when they say the eagles, where the
carcass is, where the vultures are gathered.
Vultures are gathered. You know, vultures are not desirable animals.
Are you comparing our ruling party
to
a gathering of political vultures?
There is always a tendency for...
Mr. Mada, Honorable, are you not too harsh?
No, there's always a tendency, historically speaking,
for
certain kinds of elements to be drawn to power.
You
know, so they try to get into the systems where they're in the good books of those who are in power. And a lot of times, people in power tend to try to work with those kinds of people because they have certain advantages, but the disadvantages far outweigh the advantage. The disadvantage is that as a country we suffer having people like that around the corridors of power. The advantage is only accruable to the person in power. Now, one of the major things that we forget as a people is that all political power is transient. You cannot stay there forever.
Do we remember that?
No, we don't remember that, and I think that is a major challenge with us as a people in Nigeria, that we tend to forget, you know, and there is a problem in Nigeria which we love our oppressors, we like people that oppress us, we celebrate them, you know. There are a lot of things other places they will not take, but in Nigeria we seem to enjoy taking those things as long as it doesn't affect us. And we look at Nigeria through the eye of tribalism, through the eye
now I'm coming. Let's now talk, because we are looking for a seat.
Yes.
And the area council is coming, and I want you to dwell a little bit. You are contending with me, Kalangu.
Yes.
This is not a campaign forum, but how will you rate me, Kalangu?
I will rate him very poorly.
Okay. That means you are saying Christopher is a failure.
No, he has failed.
Explain why you think Christopher Kalangu failed.
So the issue about Christopher Mekalangu is very simple, and it's evident for us to see. The signs are all over the place. It's not a statement of being accusing somebody. It's a statement of fact.
Okay.
Yes, so if you go into the primary healthcare system, you go into the primary school systems, you to look at sanitation, for example. A lot of people mistakenly or erroneously think that the FCTA is responsible for sanitation.
In the area councils? In
the area councils. But by law, it is the law is given to the area council by law. And not just by law.
You are saying all the refuse dump we see in Karo, Yanya, everywhere. Mekalangu is the one who did not evacuate them.
They did not. The area council, show me one truck for evacuating of.
But there's an environment department in Amak.
In the environment department in Amak is not.
Do we have a super environment?
So that system is not adequately funded to the level of the revenue it gathers.
Okay.
You know, so if you look at the revenue and then you look at the system of operation, it's very dormant, you know, and only reactive. And you only see action when we have a time like this, like election period. There's come for ways to pack refuse. You know, the amount of money that has been spent by Mekalangu to upload and put billboards all over the city would clear.
The city.
Yes, if you do well as an incumbent in Amak, your work will speak for you. The better administrators have come into Amak and have been the chairman of Amak. Better.
But as we go,
as good as they were, their efforts were not good enough to get them a second.
As we go into the election now, Mekalangu believes he's the best man.
So you cannot self-evaluate.
But he believes that Shakespeare said only you are the one who can know yourself better.
In public sphere, especially as a public office holder, you cannot be the one in your performance. Value the performance is the people who voted you in, and they are the ones that can tell you or not. You know, so when you don't have a feedback mechanism.
Okay, what about all the commendation Wike is giving him? When you know sometimes they dance together in some of these.
The same Wike has also accused him in public or even derided him in public.
But sometimes after that one, after 2-3 days, I don't know what happened, they come back again and dance and.
It's political. It's political. So, and the essence is that regardless of whatever transpires, you know, even as the minister of the FCT, he has his own responsibilities, statutory responsibilities, as does the chairman of the local, of the area council. Now, those responsibilities are supposed to be guided by the constitutional provisions. Now, within that system, if you just take a look at it from that angle, you could give the FCT minister a pass mark, but you cannot give Mekalangu a pass mark. In fact, Mekalangu is appalling that he's campaigning on the platform of the work that the FCT minister has done. You know, so it's a minus actually to the FCT minister. How much better would Amak have been if you had a vibrant chairman?
So you are saying that Mekalangu ought to have done his own groundbreaking?
Yes.
Would have done his own commissioning?
Yes.
But sometimes I think what his SSA, Kingsley Madaki, have said constantly was that some of his works are in area council, they are not seen, but the people are feeling it.
No, that is wrong. I don't expect Mr. Madaki, who happens to be my namesake, to...
But you know him?
Yes.
You have met Mr. Kingsley, the SSA?
I'm not familiar with him, but
okay, he's a journalist.
Yes. So now I don't expect him to say anything other than that, because of course he's his boss, you know, and all that. But if we are going to be honest, truly, if we are really going to be honest, you know, Amak right now is a poster child for poor local government administration in Nigeria. Being that Amak is at the center, being that Amak is the landlord of the presidency, being that Amak, the senators and every other person that sits in the National Assembly see Amak, it could also be that if Amak is meant to be the one that will show an example why we should have local government autonomy. If you look at Amak as it is now and you are in a position to make a decision on account of the current leadership in Amak, would you give any grant autonomy to this kind of system?
Okay, what about the Wike factor in this election? The whole election we are going into now, many have raised the fact that Ezenwo, ES and Wike as a political a political, what do you call it now, a political juggernaut or a political, somebody call it a political calculator. I don't know how you people describe and share those names to yourselves when you get to your meeting.
Yes.
Some are saying the wicked factor will be very much. That's going to come out, bulldoze this way through and give Tinubu 6/6.
Okay, so
for the APC.
For the APC.
Though he's a PDP member.
Yes, so that's the challenge now, which, first of all, each time I hear Wike's name comes in the mix.
But when you go to your meeting in YPP and other political parties, the name Wike resonates?
So in YPP, the name Wike doesn't resonate. For simple.
But when you meet with your other political party members of other parties and their candidates, you all meet with the FCT INEC.
So essentially, we've had meetings in INEC and all that. Now Wike's name doesn't come up.
Okay.
Yes. So in fact,
when you meet at night,
so Wike's name.
When you meet at your night meeting, all of you like to hold meeting at night.
Wike's name mostly has come to me when I come to press forums. So it's been the journalists that have been pushing this narrative.
So you don't discuss that name at your political meeting at night.
So the issue is that Wike is not running for AMAC.
But they say he would determine 6/6.
In what way?
He promised to give 6/6 for the APC.
So in what way? How does 6/6 come into
That means APC will win the 6 local government, 6/6.
Okay. So now, if he's saying that, or if such statement is credited to him, you know, is he going to go on the campaign trail with Mekalangu? Is he, he's voting in AMAC, I don't know, whether he's voting in AMAC or he's voting in Obiapo local government, whichever one. Is he coming in as a voter? Is he coming in as a party member? Or
what about as a powerful influencer?
So in what way? Is it to determine the results of the election or what? Because we need to understand that we need to interrogate those statements, because a number of people have had this said over and over, and to be honest with you, like I said earlier on, it's only in the press, you know, that this question has been put to me, in the sense that, okay, Wike influence, and it's the first time in the history of AMAC that we're hearing that. So, and what does that mean?
But you don't expect him to be like Bello, who gave free hands to everybody.
It's not only Bello.
And El-Rufai.
It's not only Bello.
Bello because El-Rufai maybe, but I know Bala Mohammed and others.
There's no statutory responsibility or role for the FCT minister in determining outcome of election.
But you know, this particular one is not taking it, it's not lying low.
So that's the question. The question is that at the end of the day, the people who will determine the outcome of the election in AMAC are the people. It's still the people.
Are you sure?
Yes, it's still the people.
Are you very sure?
It's the responsibility of the people. No matter how powerful a political entity is, they know, even the individual knows, that the people, you know, if they decide the outcome, you can't change it.
But the moment he told Mekalangu to move to APC, he moved. The Kuje guy moved. The Buhari guy moved. Why is he telling all of them to move and they are moving?
So the question is that I've had conflicting reports about why they moved, and it's not that they moved because he told them.
But he told them on live television. That he said he told them to move. You watch that clip on the monthly chat.
So the issue is that having a conversation around Wike and his decision to tell people to move into the
party or to influence the election.
Influence the election is counterproductive for Nigerians in the sense that, number one, you cannot force the people of AMAC to eat feces. And I'm not saying that in an insultive way. That's to say, right now, AMAC is dirty. Okay. We've known Wike over time to be somebody who generally personifies excellence in his work.
Okay.
Apart from political, there's no personal life issues or all that. But so when it comes to work, so are we saying that Wike is validating failure?
Okay, I think that means you're saying that if Wike supports Mekalangu, which he is doing, he's reinforcing failure.
Yes, because you don't reward, in life, you don't reward failure.
But I think we'll take a short break, a very short break. When we return from the short break, we'll let's take a very, very, very short break. When we come back from the short break, I'll be concluding my discourse with Honorable Robert Madaki as we look at the FCT Area Council election. So much in the front burner after this break. Okay, thank you so much for staying with us. The program is still this morning on Independent Television ITV, broadcasting from our Abuja Network Center here in Mpape District of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. We are looking at the February area council election, and I've been discussing with Honorable Robert Madaki, a staunch politician and a public affairs analyst, and one who is a key stakeholder. And before the break, we're looking at the influence of FCT Minister Ezonwo Wike on it. I've been told that Comrade Amaka Adebayo will be joining us via Zoom once he's ready. Our producer will be bringing him on board, but we just got about 6 minutes to take you straight okay, if you're there. Thank you. If you can hear me very quickly, Comrade Mark Adebayo, can we quickly, Comrade Adebayo is the convener of the New Direction for Nigerian Movement and national spokesperson, Coalition of United Political Parties. Now, Mr. Comrade Mark Adebayo, quickly, what are your take on these forthcoming area council election? What special thing are we expecting, particularly as publicity is at its record low level at this time?
Yeah, thank you so much. One would expect that both INEC and the contestants and the political parties that are participating in this election will be out there engaging in massive political education of the residents of the FCT. I have not been seeing much of that. One will expect that, especially the people, those who are the candidates, that should be out there, mobilizing the people, talking to the people, and we don't seem to be seeing a kind of the activities, the kind of actions expected during elections. It does seem that there is a kind of it's either that both voter apathy and candidate apathy in this election, because it is supposed to be that they are out there, campaigning, talking to the people, meeting people community by community. This is a grassroots election. We are the people who are involved. We are the people. The communities are relevant about that, and there is the people. If you don't mobilize the people well enough, you are likely to have a very low voter.
Comrade Mark Adebayo, you raised something there, and I think we may be looking at that. You raised the issue of with voter apathy. Now, he has talked about candidate apathy for the first time. Quickly, comrade, what should be done now to address all of these problems you have mentioned? Our time is almost up.
Well, the candidates have to up their games. They have to up their games, and nobody should take the resident of FCT for granted. And then, if anybody, because some of these things will happen because maybe some power somewhere have already written the result, they have already concluded, so they don't bother to contact the people. Our democracy needs to be improved. Our elections need to be improving, and INEC must be at the top of its game in this particular election, because whether you like it or not, local government elections are the most important as far as community development are concerned. So INEC needs to do more, the candidates need to do more, the people are waiting to see who is coming to campaign and to ask and to seek their vote. But we are not seeing that in all this.
But time appears to be running out. Quickly, Comrade Robert Madaki, can we get your final talk on this preparation for it? Is YPP a big name?
So yes, in AMAC,
can you pull a surprise? We
are going to pull a surprise.
How do you pull a surprise? With Wike raining brimstone at this time? So
with Wike raining brimstone and whatever, we are not focused on Wike, because I think that whole narrative or conversation is a distraction. And Comrade Mark Adebayo mentioned what they call it,
candidate apathy. What's your take on that word, quickly? So candidate apathy, that means candidates are not even willing to even campaign or campaign.
I have a strong inclination to believe that there are a number of people that are running for running sake and popularity. Okay. But in AMAC, in YPP, and other area councils, YPP is out to run, to win, to make a difference.
Okay, thank you very much, Comrade Robert Madaki, public affairs analyst, one that believes that he will pull a surprise in the election. We just hope that the forces that meet at night will allow you to pull that surprise, because politics are going to be more spiritual. Some say the more you look the less you see. Thank you very much. Thank you. We wish you all the very best. Okay, thank you for staying. It's now time for us to look at the clamor for a balance in the Tinubu presidency. Should he ticket of the All Progressive Congress to run for next year's presidential election? Many are saying there is the need for a balance when it comes to religion. Should he drop Kashim Shettima, or should he go on with his current vice president? From our Lagos Network Center, Victoria and her team will be discussing on that after this break.
(2026) ITVN Radio Stakeholders Meeting. Stakeholders are invited to the 2026 engagement meeting, designed to strengthen collaboration, review service delivery, and to discuss matters of mutual interest. Date: Wednesday, 28th January 2026. Time: 10 a.m. prompt. Venue: Ehizwa Hub, opposite ITVN Radio Corporate Headquarters, Glass House, Airport Road, Benin City. Guests are expected to be seated by 9:30 a.m. Signed, Management.
Thank you and welcome onto our Lagos Network studio. Thank you for staying tuned. I'm Patricia Uremu Gabriels. And then from our Lagos Network studio, we will be looking at the storm in APC. Shettima's fate dividing APC. Is it really dividing APC? Will his fate be a problem for APC come 2027? Will stopping him to have the vice presidential ticket be a problem for APC come 2027? Although all this has been said as a rumor, but we are just going to be looking into it just in case that is exactly what is happening in the party APC. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and thank you for staying in tune. I have in the house Mr. Tony Ojei, who is going to be discussing he's going to be discussing this with me this morning. Mr. Tony Ojei is a political analyst, and of course we're happy to have him in the house this morning.
Thank
Welcome.
you so much, Patricia.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's just go straight to our discussion for today. We will be looking at the Shettima's fate. You know, like people say, we don't know. Of course, it's a rumor. We're not so sure because we've had a presidential spokesperson who came out to say it's all rumors. But then again, some rumors turns out to be true in Nigeria, especially when it comes to politics. 90% of these rumors comes out to turn out to be true. So if it is true, let's assume it is true. If it is true, will APC actually divide?
I don't think so. How would APC divide? You know, we're talking about the president who has been a governor, served 8 years as governor of Lagos State. While he served as governor of Lagos State, he had Kufrola Bokno, Femi Pedro, the Ogdogunle, he has spent 3 years so far. By next year, another 10 years. And if he feels it's time for Shettima to, you know, if he feels it's time he lets Shettima go, I don't see any problem there. Okay, it's his constitutional right to determine who run the race with him. So if you feel, then we had this issue of Muslim
ticket.
So if he feels we want to correct it at this point, Nobody can hold him to it. And I don't think it will divide APC.
But do you think there's been complaints from the APC is the reason why he wants to, drop him?
I don't think it's, of course, who will challenge it or go and meet the president. No. I think it's his own personal, he has his own personal reason to do so. It's his prerogative to choose who runs with him. APC cannot go and meet him. No, he knows this. They call him political strategist. When it comes to politics, of course, you can't take it away from Tinubu. So he knows what he's doing. He doesn't need an APC, NWC, or APC stakeholders to come tell him what to do. He approached Shettima. A lot of people Dugara and co were there and, put forward and drafted before him. But he said, no, I want to go with Shettima. And this is another election election cycle coming. I know from from 2023, he won't go into second term with Shettima. Everybody knows that.
Do you have a reason why?
A lot. You know what's happening at the moment. For instance, this America interference in our politics because of Christian genocide in the north. And you can see they are not dictating, but their body language is speaking in one direction. And so the president too is trying to not to scatter the arrangement so far he has made in correcting all the anomalies picked out by the Americans. You cannot run a Muslim. Let's even start from there. Let's be realistic. You can't. This is a secular state. You can't run a Muslim ticket in a secular state. No religion is bigger than the other. You can't be the president. El-Rufai did it in Kaduna then, and he went away with safety. I'm talking about Nigerian presidency. It worked for him then, but it can't work again now.
Okay, so
he doesn't even need anybody to tell him that. So if he feels this is the time to correct the mistake I made in the past, no problem. I have no reason.
Okay, so Shettima has his supporters, you know that, and these supporters are not comfortable with this decision. I mean, because they've been singing it and shouting, why do you want to take him out? He has not caused a problem. There's not been a problem between the Muslim ticket. It has not caused any problem in Nigeria. So why do you want to take him out in 2027? Do you think that will be a major problem in these forthcoming elections?
There won't be any problem. I'm the governor. I picked my deputy. We've done 4 years. He's my deputy. He won on my ticket. Just like my ministers, I appointed them. All the cries we've been hearing, that's been going around the media, comes from the camp of Shettima. I don't think it has anything to do with Tinubu presidency. And it's not by force you run again with the president. If you've done 4 years, it's enough. Your name has been, written on that book. So why are you making it difficult for yourself? Because I know the president can compensate Shettima after this.
How?
No, there are a lot of appointments. There are a lot of ways you can say thank you for joining my team in the past 4 years. So it's not a must to go again with him. It shouldn't generate any controversy. It's not written anywhere that he must go again with the president for another 4 years. It's not written anywhere. So when I hear people talk about this, I think, I know where it's coming from. Yeah, I know where it's coming from. 4 years is enough for you to prove yourself. And if you're good, position yourself again. There will come a time, Shettima is young. There will come a time, you can even take a shot at the presidency yourself. So so that it doesn't spoil the relationship between himself and the president. You should tell those people who are making this noise, so please, calm down, because even the president has not said, I'm not going to run with him again in 2027. So it's just speculative. But it's coming from somewhere. Some people are, sponsoring this. Okay,
so that's what I'm going to ask. Is it that there's some big wings in the APC that are not comfortable with Shettima?
No,
or with the Muslim ticket, so to say.
Exactly. It's not
Shettima himself.
It's not being personal. Yeah, it's not about Shettima. It's about the Muslim. A lot of people, spoke against it in 2023. And the president was adamant about it. And he won on the Muslim ticket. But the dynamics has changed. We're talking about 2027. Definitely, this is not 2023. People are still angry that you even did that. You must balance it. We're talking about a Muslim Christian country. If you make that mistake then, and you flee with it, and the voting pattern will change this time around. The Christian feel, and then a lot of things that happened, the Christian, the killings and all that. There'll be a big shift this time. So I'm sure he has looked at it, and he said, okay, this time I will do it right. He knows, and he hasn't even spoken. So all those people panicking should just wait. He has not said anything. We have like between now and 8 months' time for him to take that decision. And wherever he goes, but I feel he has to correct some errors he made then. He has to correct it. And me, I've seen it. If I go that way, I may not win election. To a politician, it's all about winning election. It's all about winning election. So people should stop crying, especially from that camp. Some people are sponsoring it. It has to stop. They shouldn't draw a wedge between the president and his vice. He's been busy working, he has been engaged all this while. So let them not...
Okay, so that's going to bring me to the question, although it's far from what we're talking about, but Nigerians have started complaining. You think Mr. President is working is the reason why he's always out of the country?
No, it's a different ballgame. He's not working. You're traveling all the time doesn't mean you're working. You're not working. It can't be a visiting president to your country. You travel all the time. He came back last week and he's traveling again. He said he's on a state visit to Turkey. No, it's not working. It's not by travel. Every day you hear they want to bring in investors into the country, and we're not seeing them. This is almost the fourth year. By next year, you're done. You've done your first tenure. Where are the investment? So it's not by traveling. You must say you must engage your people. Since he became, the president of this country, how many times have you engaged the media and you speak directly to the people? You've not done that.
Especially with everything going on.
No. He hasn't done anything regarding that. Shettima is doing his best. He travels for 2 weeks. He doesn't transfer power. I don't want to go into.
Okay, let's not go into that.
Shettima is doing his duty, but all those who are trying to distract him, you need to call them to order. You need to call them to order until the president say, "Oh, you're not going to fly with me." Then he can take it up from there. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
But for now, he should not enjoy his political career because he knows the person he's working with. He's a politician true and true.
Okay. Let's look at accountability and then push, let's look at what's going on in APC. APC leaders often speak about party discipline. Why has the party struggled to manage this issue quietly?
Of course, APC is big. APC is a big party, just like PDP and co. So it can, and now, considering the fact that a lot of people are defecting into the party, from different states with their governors and all that. So they have, multitudes, and then to an extent you cannot control that kind of crowd. Of course, there are disciplinary measures.
I'm going to deviate from the questions of today.
Okay.
Because you just mentioned a lot of people are defecting to APC. Why do you think a lot of the governors are defecting to APC? Is there a particular reason? Because earlier on we had discussed this on TMI, so I'd like to get your view.
Governors defecting. I keep asking myself, does it mean that if they defect to APC, they'll get their state will win for APC? I don't think so. They have just one vote. They are defecting for their personal gains, not for the people. Because if you have your people at heart, if you run a people-oriented government, and you want to take such a step, what you ought to have done first is to engage your people and say, this is the direction I want to take. There are some states that have bought APC in the past. My state, for instance, was a PDP state, all through. Until the current governor said, well, I think we have to go this way. Because they've met the president, I don't know what he tells them. Look at Kano, the same. I don't know what it tells them. Why I said it's for personal gains, because they don't tell people what they, he calls them. They sit in Aso Rock. Then the next thing, I want to defect so we can assess federal, rubbish. Because if you're defecting for the interest of your state, you must engage from the ward level, local government, then at the state level. You must engage stakeholders. People might say, we have been here before for a long time. Please, we want to shift. I'm selling this idea because if we shift to point A, these are the benefits. It's for all of us. And then feedback. You do it at the ward, do it at the state, at the local government. Then when you get to the state, you can then collate. It must be a rigorous exercise. You don't just come and within 1 week. That's when you don't take people that's when you're for granted. You think they don't matter, because truly they don't matter. All this election, come to my state and come to my party, come and because you feel defect to my party, leave your party and all that. I think that's one state of them, because you feel they'll rig election for you. If you feel the people matter and their vote counts, it's not a matter of the party the governor defects to, or the party the governor belongs.
It's the voters of
it's
the
voters
people.
that matters. Yeah, because all this noise is about so that when they defect, at least I'm sure they will bribe voters. This time around, we're going to give them 50,000 or 20,000 naira each. It's just, that's all about it. And because the governor has the key to the cookie jar, it's easy. Because they believe in vote buying. That's all. If you believe that the people will vote, you'll be talking to the people, not the governors. The people, looking to them, engaging them, bringing development to them. Because those are the things that we use in assessing at the end of the day, not the governors. Because the governors are just there. They are figureheads to you. The people, those days we look up to these people, but they don't care about us anymore. And all of them are doing it the same way.
Do you think all this will be changed in 2027? Do you think the people are ready to change this for themselves?
The anger is there already, but then we're watching because they can manipulate anything. If you're the person there right now, it's just like someone who said, just let me get there first. Electoral reforms, things that will make these things easy, they are refusing to touch it. So, just as I said, let's watch. And you have the Senate, you have a whole lot of things that are not working. Judiciary is in your pocket, the Senate is in yours. I mean, I don't, if it hasn't worked in 3 years, how is it going to work in months for the election? It's all about winning election. We are not close to election, but we've been campaigning since last year. And that's why this issue of Shettima came into. We're not close to election. But all we hear about Shettima, he's angry and this president. Nobody's talking about development. Nobody's talking about good health care, a road network, shelter, education. It's all about politics. That is where the present administration is getting it wrong. It's not all about politics. But again, I understand the person there. Just sit down there, and then the next thing is about. That's why I join people who feel that once you get, let's just look at the constitution again and see how we can tweak it and amend it. Do 7 years and get out. So you don't start thinking about next election. It distracts. Once it's 2 years, you start thinking, how do I save money to bribe this, to do this? It's all about bribery. And who suffers? Us. That's where corruption comes in. This minister goes, he's going to steal because, of course, when the time comes, he's going to donate. So they are not focused. They are committed to the president, not to the people. Both from the local government down to the state, to the federal. It's been that. So, I don't see how it's going to change in the next couple of months to the election. The signs are not there.
Okay, Mr. Tony, I feel the pains, just like all Nigerians are feeling the same pains. But let's come back to the Shettima issue. Do you think this distraction in APC is going to give the other parties an edge over APC?
It's supposed to give them an edge. Ordinarily, you should give them an edge. But again, the other parties you mentioned, for instance, the coalition party that I see that's supposed to give them a run for their money, the ADC.
ADC, yeah.
You know, with Peter Obi, Atiku,
Atiku
it was
and
serious political juggernaut.
Yes.
If they can actually come together, which I'm not seeing them do yet. If the earlier they get the acts together, the better. And then see again what's going on. Suddenly the court is granting a PDP leave. You might kind of open that place up so they can come and do the same to Labour. You know, I know what they're trying to causing disaffection. These are the people you've been holding. These are parties you've been holding like this. So suddenly you're leaving open, so that maybe this one that has gone to ADC can come back. So it gives you a leverage to defeat them. And you want to destabilize that coalition. It's simple political calculation. So they would have played a big role if you have them. If you say an opposition, ADC has been trying to, play that role since they came together. And you can see the attack on them from that side, because they are seeing a threat in their direction. That's why I pray that ADC can just come together in the next couple of weeks, not months. Election is just, just by the corner. Yes. All the processes just by the corner. And they are watching them to fail. But Nigeria need an opposition. Serious opposition. That's why I heard that PDP is no longer, for me, I know they can actually get it right at the end of the day. If you remain focused and take away those distractions, Wike, Anyanwu, and Co. Look at the parties. Look at the parties. How can they play credible opposition to the present administration? Because the present occupiers of power in Nigeria today doesn't believe in opposition politics. And you can see what's going on. They've gone around the states. This government is defective. How do you even sleep? How do you feel when we don't have somebody challenging you? When someone corrects you, you go in. You may fight it, but when you think, it's okay. I'm getting this. Okay, you can't turn Nigeria to a one-party state. It's not possible. And so I see the next election, if we get some things right, especially electoral reform, because nobody's going to make that mistake again. In 2023, people came out to register because of one man. And INEC gave us hope that, Obi is there. We want to say, okay, Nigeria will correct. And then this guy came, said, no, if you vote, your vote will count. It will hit the dashboard. People will see it. And then disappointed. So if you tell Nigerians now to go through that same process, I doubt if they will commit their all into it. It was done in 2022-23. I doubt. And the people there at the moment, they like it. They saw what happened that time. They don't want it to happen again. So they are doing everything to decimate it.
Okay, let's come back to ADC party. We're asking if this crisis between Shettima not coming back with President Bola Tinubu in 2027 will affect or help the ADC to put themselves together and try to give them a fight for the money. But then again, we are seeing the issue between Atiku and Peter Obi in ADC. I don't think, because Obedience, the supporters of Peter Obi are saying he must have the presidential ticket. And of course, Atiku will not want to step down for AVP. Do you think this can be resolved in a few weeks, just like you said?
You see, it can be resolved. Those political leaders of repute, and if they have the interest of the country at heart, it's about sitting down in a room and saying to themselves, let's tell ourselves the truth. Can you step down for this? That's where I say, but it's usually difficult to do. I wish it's possible, but I'm not sure, because based on what I'm saying, Obi, for instance, from Labour Party, they came to ADC. ADC was formed by...
Mr. Tony, give me a minute. We're going to be going on a short break and we'll be right back. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still the continuation of TMI from our Lagos Network studio. I am still here with Mr. Tony J. I got it right.
Correct.
Okay, so we were saying, do you think the ADC will be able to put themselves together in a few weeks, just like you said?
Yes. It depends on the level of sacrifice they're willing to give in. On Atiku, Peter Obi coming together, as you asked earlier, I have a problem. I have a problem with the way Obedience are asking that Obi should be given the ticket.
The ticket, yes.
We're talking about politics here. And I was suspecting that Peter Obi would have learnt a lesson from that time. I was expecting a situation after the election will form a political party from the scratch. Because if you go for an already existing political party, as usual, they will send their people there to cripple it. So form a brand new party, clinically clean, as in no dent, so that they won't come tomorrow and see how they can bring it down, just as they've been doing. That is what I expected him to do. Since last year, people have been asking, which party are you going? And a lot of people, including myself, also, frustrated to the extent that at a point I just said, okay, let's watch. You don't wait for 2027, 2026 for a 2027 election before it takes step. I think they come to this in first of this year, of 2027, 26, which I think, for me, personally speaking, is wrong. By last year, so if you have obedient movements around the world, you're supposed to have formed a political party, brand new, and beg Obedient to move into the party and register globally. By now, it would have been like you have something very tangible to hold on to. So going into ADC to demand for automatic tickets, it's not done. Some people went into the party, they cleaned it up, they faced some legal challenges, both from within and outside sponsored. But we're firm and said, this is the party we want to. They've approached other parties, they I don't want to call them, they go there, they scatter the open. But this one, they picked it, they looked at it critically, looked for the founder and said, okay, I think I can sit here. And they formed a party. No, but then Obedient came and said, so after some months, they've been, okay, we meet Obedient, they say, okay, Peter B was there at formation and all that. Then we can't come and say, give us that ticket. They're supposed to employ tact and diplomacy. It's not by Greg, because you're talking to politicians who have taken that risk to build a place. So if Obi must get it, it's not this granoma way. Mr.
Tony, let me quickly ask this question. Okay, so before we round off this program, a lot of Nigerians have said that Atiku had tried to get this presidential ticket severally. He got it and he lost in the elections. That it should be a statement advising Peter Obi, just give him the ticket and say, go win and get Nigerians out of this trouble that they think they are. So do you think that's the right thing for Atiku to do?
It's not a bad idea.
In 1 minute.
It's not a bad idea. It's possible. Again, it's the approach. It can do it. I believe it can do it. Again, it's the approach. You don't do it by force. Just like you want to take something that belongs to someone, and you tell the person, you must let me have this iPad by force. But there are ways I will tell you, can I have it? You will give it to me.
So what's the last word?
At this point, Atiku can actually he has done his bit. Yes,
anyway, what's the last word? 1 second.
I pray for a good country, that's all.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Tony.
A better election 2027.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope we get a better election in 2027. Thank you for staying tuned. I'm Patricia Uremu Gabriels.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Anuluwakbo Stephen. So better still, call me a social media butterfly. Now, this morning we begin in Anambra State, where the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, has ordered the closure of the Onitsha main market for 1 week over the traders' failure to comply with the directive to defy the Monday sit-at-home order. The statement, the government had vowed to take decisive action if businesses in the state as well as government officials continue to obey the sit-at-home order of IPOB. And of course, yesterday we saw the video flying all over social media. Let's take a look.
that markets are open Monday to Saturday. If you are not prepared to open your shops Monday to Saturday, then leave Anambra, go to elsewhere. Simple. Period. Okay? So, this market will be shut down for the remainder of this week. It will not be open tomorrow. It will not be open on Wednesday. It will not be open on Thursday. It will not be open on Friday. It will open again on Monday. And if we come on Monday, you want what?
Well, IPOP authorities reacting to this told the traders to say, you know what, go resume today and shun all information from the governor. But how did you take this online? Let's have a couple of tweets and reaction. We'll start off with this one on X, who says, will there be security agencies available to stop the Monday sit-at-home enforcers from damaging people's goods and properties if they show? Good question. Another user on X wrote, this is a tricky situation. While enforcing compliance is part of governance, shutting down a major market can have serious economic consequences for traders and the community. It raises a bigger question: how can authorities balance public directives with the livelihoods of citizens, especially in informal economies that drive local commerce? Well, finally on this story, this user wrote on X. If we could have another tweet to this one, this guy says, Soludo should handle this matter delicately as it has security implications for those that defy the sit-at-home order. Closing the market is not a solution as he is preventing the traders from earning a living. Now, away from that, we move over to Abuja, where yesterday we saw tension in Abuja when a group of aggrieved workers chased the motorcade of the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, during a protest over unresolved welfare and salaries. Video shared online showed the aggrieved workers pursuing a car Wike was allegedly riding in. Take a look.
See him running out. See him speaking out. See him speaking out. See Wike speaking out. See him running. See him running. Ole! 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 See Wike running, see him running, see him running. Wike is running. Catch him, catch him, catch him, catch him, catch him. Ole! 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 Ole!
It's the catch for me, but how did you react to this online? Let's see what netizens have been saying on the street of social media. We'll start off with this one who wrote, okay, this is quite interesting and lengthy, but let me just take the first two lines. It says, publicly humiliating a sitting minister. Okay, so now let's move over to another one, not quite clear there. Now this user says, we need to start publicly shaming political office holders like this. Nigerians need to channel their energy in the right direction. Away from that, we move over to another major story online, as yesterday we saw youth of the All Progressive Congress APC in Kogi State on Sunday precisely presented a 100 million naira check to Governor Ahmed Ododo for the purchase of President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election nomination form. Now, they said that the unanimous decision was also informed by the need to consolidate the foundation of the president for a better Nigeria. How did you react to this? Trust social media users to react to this interestingly. Now, this user on Instagram wrote, joke aside, is Nigeria going to get better? Well, good question, by the grace of God. And then another one wrote, are the youth aware they contributed up to 100 million naira? Interesting. Now, finally, yesterday we saw a viral video of Dave Umahi, the Minister of Works, where he said his political influence and status have grown far and beyond what they were when he was the former governor of Ebonyi State. He made a statement while speaking at a political gathering, a video of which is currently circulating online. Take a look.
Impress me as one of your own. Don't listen to noisemakers. My capacity is like 10 times when I was governor. I'm very very dangerous now. Illustrious and industrious to come together. Let them approach me. Whatever is their need, they will have it done. Okay, man. This Umahi's family now, God has blessed them beyond words and are capable of funding anything. Don't be so? That's so. They are all doing very well. If you ask them to contribute, they will contribute and they will over-contribute. Don't be so? So I'm thanking you. I'm thanking the youth. Youth! Action! Youth!
According to him, he is now 10 times bigger than when he was the governor of Ebonyi State. We have two reactions to the story as we wrap things up this morning. Let's have our first tweet. This one says, the cancer that a couple of current Nigerian ministers are spreading in the polity is dangerous. They are gradually turning out democracy into an oligarchy or a monarchy. It is a dangerous aberration. Now, finally, on X, this user Enigma wrote, who doesn't know that you are a dangerous man? Anyway, we wrap up TMI Social this morning this way. Big shout out to you for being a part of the show. Thank you so much for watching. I am Nuoluwakbo Stevens. From all of us on This Morning on ITV, Lagos, Abuja, and right here in Edo State, please stay safe.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Kotia Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, are unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even, it's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it showed that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and that is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Mignot, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayabatoge, Abatope. Adaye, Abatope. Egwetuwa.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope. Yari yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2057, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, are unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it showed that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gottner-Mignot, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the headlines, workers' kick as court orders FCTA staff to call off strike, Wike vows sanctions. Senate resumes laws of the U.S. collaboration in tackling insecurity. 18 Nigerian military officers to undertake a logistics supply course in NACOM. IUO Center for Entrepreneurship Skills and Acquisition display ingenuity. Plus, a security agency is set to compete for trophy in Benin City. Hello there, good evening, and many thanks indeed for joining me on the presentation tonight on Independent Television. I am Ogane Victor. Once again, welcome aboard. I have my co-anchors across Benin and Lagos Network Centers. I have Anu Luako Stephen at Benin Network Center. Good evening, Anu. Welcome.
Good evening, Victor. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Also, we have Messilina Unko at Lagos Network Center. Messilina, good evening.
Beautiful evening to you, Victor. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to see you too, Messilina. Let's kick off the news now. The National Industrial Court of Nigeria, NICN, sitting in Abuja, has ordered workers under the Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA, to immediately call off their ongoing strike and return to work. The judiciary correspondent Joseph Kadu reports that the ruling was delivered by Justice Emmanuel Subelim, who held that embarking on an industrial action while the matter is already before the court amounts to an act of self-help.
The FCTA workers began the industrial action on January 19, 2026 over alleged unresolved welfare issues. These include a backlog of 5 months unpaid salaries, long-standing promotion arrears, and poor working conditions within the Federal Capital Territory. The strike was challenged at the National Industrial Court by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, who sought an order compelling the workers to return to their duty posts. Ruling on the application, Justice Emmanuel Subelim acknowledged that while workers have a constitutional right to embark on industrial action, such rights are not absolute. Quoting Section 18(1)(b) of the Trade Dispute Act, the court held that workers cannot lawfully embark on a strike over issues that have already been referred to the Industrial Court for adjudication. Justice Subelim further ruled that where a strike has already commenced on a matter pending before the court, such action must immediately cease. Consequently, the court ordered the protesting workers to suspend the strike forthwith and resume work. The defendants in the suit are the President and Secretary of Joint Union Action Congress, JUAC, Riftatu Lotia, and Abdullah Hisali. Following the ruling, counsel to the parties address members of the press.
The workers are law-abiding citizens. We are going to advise them to respect the court. The one good thing is that the court has also mandated that we should commence. It's not as an advice that we should commence mediation in line with the law. Now that we are in court, we are going to do the formal application where the media will also be part of it.
And then whether or not it's going to bind other unions, yes, other unions are there. There is always a process of commencing strike. This one commenced, there was negotiation going on and they went on strike. And court has told them to go back. Our plea to the union is that they should allow industrial harmony, they should go back to work and give opportunity for mediation.
The matter has been adjourned to March 25th for hearing on the substantive suit. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
And still on labor dispute, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has accused FCT Workers Union of being used by politicians to intimidate and blackmail his administration. John Taylor reports that Wike said this Tuesday during a media briefing in his office in Abuja.
The feud between the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and striking workers over unpaid salaries and other welfare demands has entered its second week running. The minister dragged the union to industrial court, where the court had ruled on Tuesday that workers call off the week-long-old strike and resume work. Briefing journalists in his office, the FCT minister Nyesom Wike accused the FCTA Workers Union of being used by politicians to intimidate and blackmail the administration. Wike denies running away from workers as purported by the media on Monday.
What is right is what is right. What is wrong is wrong.
You can't intimidate the administration, blackmail anybody. I had somebody say yesterday, oh, the workers were chasing me away. Where was that? I was in the office here. I finished working. At the time I came to the office, nobody at the gate. I left to the airport to see Mr. President travel to Turkey. Came back. So where are they getting this information? If they are not blackmailers or who have been hired by politicians, the moment you don't know act as a worker, you now work as a politician, then I face you.
ITV News.
Let's take you away from labor dispute now to the National Assembly, where we hear that the Nigerian Senate resumes Tuesday with an affirmation to discharge their constitutional duties devoid of personal interest. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, stated this during his welcome address to senators. National Assembly correspondent Charity Tanko reported the Senate President as commending the federal government on drastic steps taken in the fight against insecurity in the country.
The call on lawmakers to brace up for effective legislative duties from the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, was made Tuesday upon resumption from the Christmas holiday. Akpabio said he acknowledged the hardship being experienced by Nigerians, hence the need for the 10th Senate to ensure it passes legislations that improve the living standards of the citizenry.
Nigerians have endured, adapted, and persevered. They have not been silent. They have spoken out through enterprise and an abiding belief that tomorrow shall be better than today. To call for leadership that listens, reforms that work, and a future that rewards effort, integrity, honest labor.
The Senate President applauded the efforts of the federal government's collaboration with the United States of America in tackling security challenges in the country.
Such partnerships reinforce our national security efforts and affirm that Nigeria stands with allies in confronting forces that threaten peace and stability. At the same time, this Senate extends its deepest sympathies to the families who have lost their sons and daughters to insecurity across our dear nation.
In a solemn mood, Akpabio announced the demise of Senator Godia Akwashiki, whose sad incident occurred on the 31st December 2025. From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
And that's the bit from the Federal Capital Territory. Let's take you now to Benin Center, where Anu is waiting for the continuation of the news.
Thank you so much, Victor. Here in Edo State, skills have been identified as the foundational tools that empower individuals to innovate, solve problems, and contribute to the nation's economic development. The Executive Secretary, National Board of Technical Education, Professor Idris Muhammad Bugaje, made the statement during the 13th edition of the Student Product Exhibition of Nigeria's premier private university, Igbinedion University, Okada. Pius Usogo has the details.
Sir David Osunde Center for Entrepreneurship Skills and Acquisition, Igbinedion University, Okada, was lit up with classy products and various items produced by the students. Over 13 departments ranging from School of Textile Design and Products, Catering, Desktop Publishing, Bridal Accessories, and others showcased various items produced by them, speaking on the theme From Classroom Concepts to Job-Creating Enterprise, a guide to establishing ventures that foster employment opportunities and transform the economic landscape of Nigeria. Professor Idris Muhammad Bugaji highlighted that Nigeria has serious depth of essential skills.
One item that are missing in our educational menu is the absence of
skills and entrepreneurship. How did this university is trying to address that gap?
In a remark, the Vice-Chancellor, Igbenedion University Okada, Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, said the university is fortunate to be under the guidance of the Esama of Benin, a chancellor who is a titan of industry.
Let the academic knowledge be the foundation upon which you build practical market-ready solutions. See every challenge in our society, from waste management to food insecurity, from renewable energy to digital inclusion. See all of them as a business opportunity waiting for you.
The event featured special songs by the music school, Students Entrepreneur of the Year contest, and tour of products exhibition by the Vice-Chancellor and his guests. In her speech, the Director, Center for Entrepreneurship and Skills Acquisition, Dr. Mary Josiah, said the center will continue to live up to expectations, while some students thanked the school for offering them such opportunities.
We have taught our students how to make money in the campus before they graduate. And because of that, many of them have business they are doing already.
We learned so many things. There's makeup, there's beads, there's fascinator, there's gele.
This is some of our work, and I learned this from my school, and I'm so grateful.
I'm from the School of Tailoring, and it was lovely.
Presentation of dance by School of Bridal Accessories, drama play by School of Desktop Publishing, and parade by School of Tailoring added color to the ceremony. From IUO Okada, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
And in Sokoto State, we're following prolonged water shortage in some parts of Sokoto and environs. The state government has replaced the vandalized water pumping equipment, thereby restoring water supply to affected communities. Kaduna correspondent Imam Mohammed filed in this report from Sokoto.
Some parts of Sokoto and environs have been suffering from acute water shortage following vandalism of water pumping equipment at Goronyo Water Pumping Station, resulting in residents campering in search of water. According to the Permanent Secretary, Alhaji Bello Muhammad, the water scarcity was caused by the activities of vandals, assuring that the people of Sokoto State will witness uninterrupted water supply soon. He commended the State Governor Alhaji Aliu Ahmed for approving the repair of the water facility.
The EGM forwarded a complaint before His Excellency, which was immediately answered and supplied and given all the necessary support, and now we are able to finish or come to the end of the problem.
Commenting on the extent of repairs after conducting journalists around the pumping water station, the General Manager Aminu Haruna Mikael commended the people of Sokoto for their patience while the water scarcity lasted.
People have vandalized its main properties that make it function properly, especially the air pressure release valves, which help to release air that is trapped inside the pipeline and bring it outside so that there is uniform pressure in the system containing only water.
The busted pipe at the pump station was replaced by another one that has not been put to use for over 25 years. From Sokoto, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
ITV and radio have announced plans to hold your 2026 stakeholders engagement meeting aimed at strengthening collaboration, reviewing service delivery, and discussing issues of mutual interest with key partners. Oluwafemi Fariola has the details. Ahead of the kickoff of the third edition of the CADA Unity Cup for military and paramilitary personnel in Edo State, organizers have officially presented jerseys to participating teams at a ceremony held at CADA Plaza, Sapele Road, Benin City. Solomon Aina reports that representatives from the 12 participating teams were present at the event, which also served as a formal build-up to the competition scheduled to commence on Monday, February 2nd.
Presiding over the ceremony, the chairman of the Edo State Football Association and local organizing committee, Fred Newton, described the tournament as a platform for unity, discipline, and healthy competition among security agencies. He encouraged participating teams to embrace sportsmanship throughout the duration of the competition. He further highlighted the importance of CADA Unity Cup in strengthening relationship among military and paramilitary formation in the state, noting that the championship continued to grow in stature with each edition. Representative of various teams team were handed their jerseys for the tournament, officially setting the tone for what has become an annual event known for producing thrill and drama on the football field. Players and officials of some of the participating teams expressed optimism and confidence ahead of the commencement of the tournament.
We're excited to still be part of this team, part of this competition, and I tell you, you can take it and over. We're ready for this edition.
Last time we had a fair share, I think it was in the semi-final, we knocked out by a penalty. It was a painful moment anyway, but we hope this time we can go a step further, or we could actually win the competition.
Now, this is our first time competition, and by God, we are very tense. But then we keep it together, we compose ourselves, and also we are playing a match against Ben Tensions FC on Friday. Still prepare for the match in the tournament. So we don't want to go and be seen as less. So we want to actually go and win it.
The organizer also expressed appreciation to the tournament sponsor and two-term governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosahari Benedion, whose support they say has remained instrumental to the continuity of the competition.
I also want to give kudos to the former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosahari Benedion, for giving us the platform for us to excel.
I really thank our chairman and all the committee members over here. Thank you very much.
With all team now fully kitted, attention shifts to the opening match as the Kada Unity Cup gets underway on February 2nd, with stakeholders expressing optimism that the tournament will once again promote unity and camaraderie across the various security agencies. From Benin, Solomon Aino, ITV News.
It's the news broadcast on Independent Television. About time now we took you to Lagos Network Center, where Messelina Nkwo is waiting patiently to bring us stories from that axis. Messelina, it's up to you.
Many thanks, Victor. From a Lagos Network Center, the Nigerian Army College of Logistics and Management Major General Adewale Adetoba has advised military officers undergoing the senior officers course in college to pay attention to their study. Major General Adetoba gave the order during a lecture and a meeting with the officers at Ojo in Lagos State. Agbaje Kwere has the details.
The Commandant Nigeria Army College of Logistics and Management, Major General Adewale Adetoba, said planning, coordination, execution of supply and maintenance of personnel and equipment is the bedrock of ensuring operational readiness in the military. Major General Adetoba said the lecture is to ensure participating students understand logistics support in joint military operations, thereby promoting professional efficiency in different military service operations across the country.
We are aware that some of you here have not been very much exposed to staff duties hitherto. Hence, you are bound to encounter some new concepts and knowledge. I make bold to say that all this is required. You must avoid distractions and procrastination.
The General said it underscores the series of officers' training to continuously build on the logistics support that cuts across the welfare domain as strategic enablers and battlefield problem solvers.
It is expected that the service will require you to deploy the competence and skills acquired from this course in improving the logistics support systems and arrangements of your service.
18 majors and captains of the Nigerian Armed Forces will undergo the one-year rigorous training to become effective logisticians. From Lagos, Ibuji Horia, ITV News.
Moving on, Lagos State government says it will ensure uninterrupted vehicular mobility and public safety during the ongoing rehabilitations of the 20-kilometer stretch of Lekki-Ekpe Expressway, a project scheduled to span 64 days. This assurance was given by the special advisor to the governor on transportation, Honorable Shola Giwa, who said comprehensive, strategically coordinated traffic management mechanisms have been put in place to mitigate inconvenience throughout the construction period.
Thanks a bunch, Messalina. About time now to go for a quick break. When we return, there will be more stories. Please don't go away.
Elders of Ugbine community in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State have announced the death of the Odiowe Pa Usiobaifo Osayande. The announcement was made during an enlarged meeting of elders and youth of the community. The report by Victor Erio is presented by Ikmonwusa Ugiagbe.
Elders of Ugbine community, led by the second in command, youths, led by the Okaigele Austin Edigin, converged on Ugbine community of Yanotis local government area to register their displeasure over the recent attack on the community. They said the palace of the Oba of Benin has been informed of the passing away of the highly respected Odionwe Pa Usiobaifo Osayande on the 5th of January 2026.
Ọ̀nà wẹ̀ ọ̀nà mà ìwé ni ìpè ẹ̀yà ni ọ̀dọ́ wẹ̀ iná ìhà wẹ̀ igi à ọ̀rí mà nà pé mà kẹ́kẹ́ adọ́jú yẹ ìpè ìṣẹ́ adé dẹ́ ìyá bí ẹ polisi bí ẹ ó sì sí ìdòlá mẹ ẹ bò.
ọjọ́ wẹ̀ àìwú ìpè à àyà gbàlù wọn náà wẹ̀ àìmọ̀jọ́ wẹ̀ àbí ilé gani ìhàn ló dé gbó méje bán ó ní akọ́yìnbó ló dé wẹ̀ èsúnú ibi nàró yẹ.
Èmi náà sínú bẹ̀ wọ́n náà jọ̀mọ́ ẹ̀sìn mi tẹ́ ọdún òwe àwọ̀ ìpè àyà mú ọdún òwe.
Ọdún òwe náà yẹ gbé yìí náà gẹ̀ náà náà rọ ọdún òwe ọwọ́ àti àyà ibi gbin náà yànnà rẹ̀ do wàá dé náà do gbin ẹ̀ dọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀ wò yìí ọ̀sọ̀ yẹn máa lẹ́wọ̀ náà.
According to the aggrieved elders and youths, there are laid down procedures according to Benin customs and traditions before the installation of a new community leader known as Odionwe.
Dominic Edobo was once an Okagele in Ugbine community and has been removed from Okagele since 2 years ago by the late Odionwe.
Pa Oseye Eremato, Dominic Edobo, they came with talks to come and intimidate, to invade the community.
In his reaction, Dominic Edobo debunked the allegations.
Osemudame Osage, RTV News.
Meanwhile, Chairman Edo State Forestry Commission, Dr. Valentine Aswen, has harped on the need for those residing in the riverine areas to cooperate with the state government to attract development to the state and avoid illegal felling of trees in the forest. Wellington Akodeja reports that Dr. Aswen stated this when he received the leaders of Ijaw communities in Olugbo and Giligili communities on a courtesy visit.
Edo State Forestry Commission was created by Governor Monday Okpevolo to ensure illegal deforestation of forests. Following the visit of the Commission's chairman, Dr. Valentine Iswe, to some riverine communities, it was discovered that unidentified persons engaged in cutting down of trees and transported across the river en route to other states. Apparently worried by the disturbing development, leader of the host communities, Dr. Scott Onyatse, assured that the communities will stop deforestation.
To work in synergy on how we can prevent illegal logging from our area. We used to hear trees like Iroko, Beshi, Mahogany, Apa, they are forests. But today you find out that most of these community trees, they are not there.
Members of Aigwabasimi Development Association Worldwide in Edo State, led by Comrade Culture Iyamo, congratulated Dr. Valentine Iswe on his appointment as the chairman Edo State Forestry Commission, saying that forests must be protected while trees are planted for future generations.
The Supreme Court has since given judgment that those riverine areas belong to the great palace of the great Oba of Benin Kingdom. And as such, no person or group of person or ethnic group should lay claims to those riverine areas.
In his response, Dr. Valentine Iswe told the two groups that the mandate of His Excellency Senator Monday Okpevolo is to curb illegal felling of trees to protect the environment. From Benin, Wellington Akodeja, ITV News.
Now take a break. Please join us again. Glad to have you rejoin us. Still on the news, the people of Utesi community in Ikpuba-Oka local government area, Edo State, have reaffirmed their commitment to peaceful coexistence, thanking His Royal Majesty Eoya II Oba of Benin for designating Chief Igye Osaonyi as the Okao of their community. The announcement was made on Monday during a gathering at the Ogwendion Elders Chamber, where a delegation of 5 chiefs from the Palace of the Oba of Benin formally introduced Chief Osaonyi as the Okao. Joy Obarsiabo completes the story.
Elders, youth, and stakeholders of Utesi community came out in large numbers to receive the Okao, Chief Igye Osaonyi, and the delegation. The Oyoba of Benin, Chief Isaac Ogafwa, urged the community to work with Okao Osaonyi and accord him the necessary regards. The community members, in their reaction, expressed gratitude to the Oba of Benin for the appointment and reiterated their commitment to maintaining the peaceful atmosphere that defined Utesi community.
We have been peaceful. We don't have disputes. We don't have any crisis here. But Oba bringing Okao is an additional peace to the community. We appreciate it.
We are a peace community. We are not quarreling. Oba talk by.
With this development, it is expected that the new Okao will work for the overall development of the community. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Okaigele of Utesi community in Ikpuba-Oka local government area, Edo State, Mr. Osaonwese Ainwawona, has reaffirmed his commitment to his duties as the youth leader of the community. This comes in the wake of a controversy surrounding his position, which arose during the formal introduction of Chief Igye Osaonyi as the Okao of Utesi community on Monday. Joy Obarsiabo completes the story.
During the formal introduction of Chief Igye Osaonyi as Okao of Utesi community, a misunderstanding ensued when the elders were asked to introduce the Okaigele youth leader to the delegation of palace chiefs, sparking an argument over the rightful Okaigele. Reacting to the controversy, Mr. Osaonwese Ainwawona stated that he was formally installed as Okaigele by the late Odionwe Pa Arayangbon Akele, who passed away about 7 months ago. He asserted his legitimacy as the youth leader, citing his appointment by the late Odionwe.
I want the palace to know, and I still have the evidence to prove I'm the one that Odionwe chose before he passed away.
Son of the late Odionwe, Richard Akele, who is also a witness to the installation, corroborated Mr. Osaonwese's account, revealing that the previous Okaigele was removed due to alleged atrocious activities he was involved in.
Before he died now, he installed Mr. Osaonwese Ainwawona as an Okaigele and for Utesi. And F.A. Omedegie, he installed them.
Despite the controversy, Mr. Osaonwese has reiterated his commitment to his duties as Okaigele, expressing his determination to continue serving Utesi community. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Meanwhile, hope has been renewed for residents of Ogan community in Orionwa local government area, Edo State, with the opening of the City of Hope Medical Center Annex, a healthcare facility designed to bring quality and affordable medical services closer to the people. The annex, completed in 7 months, is expected to improve access to healthcare delivery in the area. Ofuri Enator has more.
The official opening of the City of Hope Medical Center Annex has rekindled hope for residents of Ogan community as health professionals, community leaders and guests converge to witness the inauguration of a facility designed to meet healthcare needs in rural and undeserved areas. In his remarks, founder and medical director Dr. Osaitin Idusuyi said the annex was built to bridge the healthcare gap in rural communities by bringing quality and affordable medical services closer to the people.
City of Hope in Benin City, we felt that to bring another hospital here to this village, to bring accessible health care to the people here was a greater joy for us. Free initial consultation for all obstetric services because no woman shall lose her life giving life to birth.
In their goodwill messages, guests, including a representative of Honorable Billy Usawau, commended the initiative, describing it as a major boost to healthcare delivering in Ogan community.
We are happy for him. I want to appreciate him for this he has done for us.
To our government officials, community leaders, your collaboration and support have been invaluable.
On behalf of this community, we appreciate and we say God will bless you.
I want to plead with the community. It's accessible and at the same time it's affordable.
Guests were taken on a guided tour of the annex, which houses essential services including outpatient services, antenatal care, pharmacy, and emergency. Dr. Idusuyi, a professor of orthopedic surgery based in the United States, said the mission of the City of Hope Medical Center, Ogan Annex, is to provide quality healthcare services at an affordable cost, replacing fear with hope. From Ogan in Orionwa local government area of Edo State, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
We take a breather now. Please join us again. Elders of Ugbine community in Ovia Northeast, the local government area of Edo State, have announced the death of the Odionwe Pa Usiobaifo Osayende. The announcement was made during an enlarged meeting of elders and youth of the community. The report by Victor Erio is presented by Osemudiame Osage.
The meeting, held at the residence of the Ozukbogefa, second in command, Pa Oseye Iriamiatoy, was attended by elders and youths of Ugbine community. Speaking to newsmen, the chief priest, also known as the Ohonvia, Pa Alfred Agbonedeso, said in line with the Benin customs and tradition, the community elders, accompanied by the late Odionwe's son, had informed the palace of the Oba of Benin of the passing of the Odionwe, Pa Usiobaifo Osayande. He explained that the palace directed that the Ozukbogefa and the Okayele Dominic Edobo should oversee the affairs of the community pending the installation of a new Odionwe.
Odionwe Ogima, Pa Usiobaifo Osayande, Obeke Gavewona, Ona Payavanika, Manabi Yegwa, Anayaka Momo, Homonawe, Vena Yena, Ake Mie Piania, Odionwe, yo, every man of Zukbogefa, no deba, Okayele, Dominic Edobo, Nima Dolo Inaji.
Other elders corroborated the chief priest's statements.
Egwena ma Odionwe, Egwena when Majowa, Nimalele, Olukuge Okayele. Na debo na yake mie awe me Odionwe logbon.
Zaganira na Odionwe egwa ona Odionwe. Awe ni wane vile le akian. No rekeni awe le akian e mana akian o mona we Ozukbogefa. Ko en ke Okayele Dominic Edobo. Yan do agba rewo na.
Sayende Oshobaifo no deba ni kao. Evo na deba oye no dion. Na yata me gwewe erimani ge o deba ni kao. Egwe na we no gi Ozukbogefa lele deba heno rewo deba eniwa ya feni rewo dion kebi me no Okayele. Mado agba rewo na.
They however expressed shock that as the meeting was being concluded, some suspected thugs invaded the community, destroying vehicles and other property. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The report was brought to you by Ikponwosa Ugiagbe. Moving on. The need for Edo State Government and the Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs to step into the Agbede Kingship stool tussle has attracted comment from some concerned members of Agbede Royal Family Forum following the recent display of violence on the 23rd of January 2026 during the Friday Jumad prayer session at the Central Mosque in Agbede, the administrative headquarters of Aviale clan in Isako, West Local Government Area, Edo State. The report by Edo North Bureau Chief Mark Donald Iroka is presented by Williams Yama.
An illegal turbaning of Shayawu Momodu as the Oba of Agbede took place on the 13th of January 2026, less than 24 hours after judgment was given in Agbede Obaship case on the 12th of January 2026. The kingmakers have not met to recommend a candidate, while the parties to the case are still in dialogue.
The same person that has been told to stay clear, not to parade himself as an Oba or anything, pending when government would have met with the relevant stakeholders, that is the kingmakers and then maybe the community at large. It's appearing they must raise serious issue.
The government should intervene because they had already given an order. They should look into the crisis. If the government gives an order, they make sure they enforce it.
I am saying for peace between the people who have turbaned my brother as king, and then the other side of the family, the other family who are the original people who should do the turbaning after all the process have been completed.
Commenting on the Agbede Kingship stool tussle, Edo State Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs, Honorable Paul Ohumamu, said not all of the nomination process of a new Oba of Agbede followed official process.
What they have done now, they just struggled in error, dancing on the grave of illegality.
Meanwhile, the appellants in the case, Brigadier General M.I. Yusufu, retired, Honorable Abdurazak Momo, Alhaji Zakawanu Momodu, and Alhaji Idris Momodu for themselves and on behalf of the supporters in Atabeta Royal Family of Agbede, Aviale clan, have filed an appeal at the Court of Appeal, Benin City, challenging the judgment of the Benin High Court, 12th January 2026, over the Agbede Kingship stool tussle. William Siama, ITV News.
In a bid to improve road accessibility in Ego local government area, the acting chairman, Honorable Osaro Osa Eribo, has commenced road grading across the 10 wards in the locality. Patient Usaragiwa report that the grading forms part of the chairman's commitment to enhancing road infrastructure, ease transportation, and improve quality of lives for residents across Ego local government area.
The road grading exercise commenced in Ivaike Ward 6, where several inner roads and streets benefited, including Agedo Street and Oyemina Street, drawing excitement and appreciation from residents.
This is the 6th ward in a local government that we are grading, and we've graded up to about 98 streets so far in Ego, and we intend to do more. We are going to do it. This is the first phase. And we are still going to come back again after completing the 10 wards. I want to use this medium to tell my good people of Ego local government that they should expect more from me, not only grading. We are going to start the sitting roads.
Commenting on Agedo Street, the Odionwe Pa Samuel Idahosa expressed gratitude to the council chairman for remembering the grassroots and addressing road challenges in the area.
I saw Caterpillar came grading the road. How to happy over all you people have been doing. Usaro Eribo, as you do this one, God will promote her. And all council workers, God will help them.
Similarly, residents of Oyemina Street, including Madam Florence Osazua and Mr. Matthew Ediage Orukwe, commended the council for the timely grading of their road, describing intervention as a major relief to the community.
Wanawari obaye esin wauni mani kuma na we mose aiwe rulela ategbela.
We want to thank our honorable chairman Osaro Eribo. We have tried and they should keep it hard.
The road grading exercise, which cuts across all 10 wards of Ego local government area, underscored the administration's resolve to deliver inclusive development, responsive governance, and sustainable infrastructure to all communities. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
We now join Osamudiame Osage for a sport update.
African champions Super Falcons of Nigeria will be among participants in the WAFU B4 Nation Tournament next month. The invitational tournament will serve as part of the team's preparation for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations. Cote d'Ivoire have been confirmed as hosts of the competition, which will run from Friday 27th February to Saturday 7th March 2026. Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire will be joined in the competition by the Black Princesses of Ghana and Senegal, and the sides will use it as part of their preparations for the 2026 Women African Cup of Nations, where Super Falcons are in Group C with Malawi, Zambia and Egypt. And in tennis, third seed Coco Gauff suffered a 59-minute demolition at the hands of Elina Vitolina. Gauff, who is a two-time major winner, struggled with her serve and recorded 5 double faults in the first set when she was broken 4 times. She hit just 3 clean winners across 15 games, made 26 unforced errors as Elina Vitolina knocked her out with a 6-1, 6-2 victory to move into her first semi-final in Melbourne, where she will meet Aryna Sabalenka, who maintained her pursuit of a third Australian Open title in 4 years with a dominant quarterfinal victory over teenager Iva Jovic. And that's it from Sports Desk. I am Osamudiame Osagi.
And with that, we come to the end of the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuoluwakwo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated, according to tradition and customs. Those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned to the program International Forum from our Lagos Network Center. I am Wilson Marshall. Well, since our apologies are coming slightly behind schedule, I have to put two and two together in order to give you at least a near perfect show. Today we're zooming into what is happening in the Middle East. Ali Khamenei is at it again. Iran, massive protests going on. All because of some distortions economically, and of course basic food items disappearing. The price just gets so high to the extent that the common masses were not able to lay hold on them. For the very first time in a very long time, all 31 provinces in Iran, they are protesting, and guess what? There are casualties. Over 700 persons killed thus far, including women and children. Little get to mention also the distortion, well, I said, the stoppage, so to speak, of the social media network, so that the world will be able to know or tell what's happening in Iran. And of course, we just can't talk about it. We're talking about Donald Trump's vested interest in the Middle East vis-a-vis Iran. He said something: if the killings persists, America might be forced to intervene. Anyway, with me here in the studio to talk about this, I have a vibrant political analyst, political commentator, but local, and of course international analysis is well grounded. Journey to welcome also, Sir Swelime. Chris, welcome to International Forum. Yeah, hope I got your name correct.
Thank you for having me. Okay, I'll give you a fast one.
Anyway, I'll take that for that. Joining us virtually all the way from Benin is no other person than yes, Comrade Elvis Brown. Comrade, it's a pleasure to have you join us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
All right. We're still expecting the likes of Honorable about to join us, and together we'll try to.
They are regimented in their expression, and they want to have a life. All right, so it just goes to that boiling point for them, and then they know what will come at them. They are not surprised at the killings. All right, and they just probably just like, all right, it just point, and then at them they are not surprised, and they just like, okay, we'll go on into restriction, this oppression, and then just break free. All right, and then like you said earlier, the Iranian governments are trying to take the word out of it by pulling down social media. They even cut down communications, phone, and all of that. But yeah, the people are still going to get in. Technology will beat that, you know. The outside world, the US in particular, will get in, you know, smuggle out stuff and all of that. And there are people within Iran that will cooperate with the outside world to stick, you know, link out information and all of that. But this is it. They are trying to say that we've gone past this age. Civilization has gone past this manner of governance where it is Islamic rule and all of that. They are tired. They just want to have a life. Not this regimented control and all of that, suppressing their will. They can't express their will and all of that. It is primarily against human dignity. And these guys are out to fight. I'm sorry about those that are being killed, but you see, when you go out in a revolution like this, casualties are bound to happen, and then people are already paying the price. But I think very strongly that they're going to push this very far. And then with the Donald Trump that is hovering over Iran, for Donald Trump, everything is business.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that, the aspect of Donald Trump. Let's move on to Benin, where Elvis Brown is standing by. Elvis, can you really make sense out of all this, knowing fully well that over 500 persons have lost their lives in course of this protest, but still the protesters are not backing down. They are still mounting pressure on the government, saying enough is enough, that Iranians must be free. Take it up from there.
Thank you very much, Wisin. I think you're echoing. I could make sense of what the person in the city echo. I hope you can get me clearly. Now, the issue with Iran, the people are suffering. When a government decides to and pursue yes, you want to flex muscles with, you want to, countries around you, cause chaos in order, your hatred for Israel and a lot of stuff. The money they get in basically investing in things that don't, make the lives of everyday life better, other than their own political agenda, green agenda. What they are now facing is from the sanctions that were especially by America. And so the hunger in the land was devalued. And it was so bad that one exchange for about 1.4 million real. Crazy. There's no way in the world that anybody can. Our currency in Nigeria at some point, $1,000, and everybody they cry on the street, and thank God it's actually the pressure is reducing. But you find them exchanging at $1 for $1. That's better. And the prices of goods, the price of food inflation went about 70 to 80% in the country. You find people you getting 1 million naira to eat. That's unreal to eat. That's crazy. There's nobody that's going to provide that. That's the reason that they are taking to the street. But that's the last step. Don't forget that the series of protests in Iran over the years was protest in Iran. All these issues, they have a way of pressuring people and forcing them to do their protest. But this is different. This is different because, see, the reality is on the ground. It's very, very obvious. What those people are agitating for is for something that is realistic. It's on the ground. People are hungry. They can't buy bread. They can't buy bread. Apart from the fact that the cost of the inflation on the bread went over the 100%. So the people could no longer afford. The price is comical. And so push them to the street. And I think that before we now go into what this on their current that part, they want food to eat, the government cannot provide. And people cannot provide is also the government cannot do the outside world. They've been restricted. They've been beat all major revenue. They can't put oil into the international market right now because of the sanctions that we talked about. So a lot of them are contributing to the pressure on their economy. And there's no food on the table for the people. There's no food for them to eat. Government cannot even ease the tension. They can't, for any reason, subsidize anything. Because the government itself has to reduce your spending. Don't lavish like drop. These are things, push people to the street. And that's what you're now seeing from them, up to this moment.
All right. I'll definitely come back to you, Comrade Elvis Brown. Now to you, Osose. I like calling that name Osose as a native traditional name. All right. Let me take a look at it right now. Some pundits are of the opinion that you cannot exempt the U.S. from what Iran is going through. After all, the only one that plays sanctions on Iran because we're a secret. Hence, when you talk about, the nuclear pursuit by Iran and so many other things that Iranians are involved in that the U.S. and the world are not in support of. Now, if you take a look at the situation, are you going to blame the government of Iran or the country or nations that choose to place the sanction on them?
Okay, there are a lot of things involved here. Let me just try to unpack it. There's that BRICS threat to the US dollars and then global economic control. Now, Iran is part of that BRICS system, all right? So, and then the US is not happy with BRICS, particularly Donald Trump. So they look for every way to pull down BRICS. So if Iran, being part of BRICS, is not exposed, the US want to catch it. And of course, yes, China, Russia wouldn't come at US.
But they're not fully part of BRICS yet. They're making towards intention towards BRICS.
Iran is part of BRICS.
You have the Brazilian.
No. Iran is part of BRICS.
You have, hold on, yes, I know. But what about the BRICS itself? Brazil, right? Russia, India, China, and of course South Africa. Yes, now Iran want to be part of it. Yes, please let's continue.
This is a part of the way of trying to discourage them because BRICS is about opening up to about 14 other nations.
True.
Okay, fine, and all of that. Then beside that, there's that Israel sentiment. Iran has been very stubborn towards Israel, pull them down. Then the nuclear weapon pursuits. Now, they've been regulated before now. After that exchange with Israel, Iran decided to be they are shortened and control. They can't afford to have Iran have the nuclear weapon. And let me also say this, maybe a bit difficult to say on TV, but let's put it in terms. Middle East is home to global terrorism. Iran is a very volatile hand that is strongly in charge of terrorism in the Middle East. Now, in the Islamic world, there's what you call the Sunnis and then the Shiites.
The Shiites, yeah.
The Sunnis, the Saudi Arabia control the Sunnis. They're a bit cool-headed.
Moderate.
Yeah, moderate. Yeah. Then Iran controls the Shiites. They are highly violent oriented. Okay, fine. Now, they drive terrorism in the Middle East. And US needs to have a strong control over that. So pulling down Iran would be a major breakthrough to control the activities of terrorism in the Middle East. Now, Middle East exports terrorism to Africa and all of that. They have sister organizations in Africa, ISWAP and the rest of them, Boko Haram and all of that. So that's another interest for the US to want to do that. They've been having this back and forth with Iran, with putting the economic control on them, sanctions here and there. And of course, yes, that contributed a lot to what Iran is going through. Because ordinarily, Iran is rich in oil, natural gas, and all of that. But of course, because of the US fight against Iran, it has really affected the government. But if Iran can't stand the heat, then they also plan to give in. But they don't want to lose that space to the US. And the consequence is what we're seeing, all right? So, of course, over time, Iran has pretended like the sanction is not really hitting them. It's been hitting them for long. Now they've got to the breaking point now that they cannot go hold water, okay? Just like Venezuela, rich in oil. But very poor economically. US sanctions, all right? That's what they do. It's strategic. They know how to play the game. US will come slow, steady, eventually they will get you down. They've gotten Iran where they want Iran now.
All right. Now, let me go over to Benin City, where Elvis is standing by. You heard also talked about the pressure, the sanctions, talking about Iran being a major sponsor of terrorism, according to the U.S. You know about the Hezbollah, you know about the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, the ISIS, you just named them, according to reports that Iran has been the country founding this because they felt that they are protecting their own religion. But if you take a look at the situation, about 600 persons killed and counting because the protest is still very much strong. Donald Trump gave a very, very strong warning. He said, if this killing should persist, America may be forced to intervene, meaning he might just send troops or do 1 or 2 bombing. And Iran also issued a warning that if America should interfere, they are going to retaliate. Now, what do you feel all this will amount to?
Well, thank you, Wilson. I think Iran knows very well not to tell them not to do. They won't joke with Trump. I think they tested that before, and they know that it doesn't pay around. I'm going to do this. Do it. Right now, I am aware that cabinet is looking in on what options are available for Iran. And I think when you look at the options that the cabinet will lay before him, he will decide on what steps. Trump will definitely do something. As a matter of fact, the economic activity said the result of Trump in 2028.
Technical difficulties right now. We'll go for a break. When we return, we'll continue with this discussion. Do not go. We will be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum from our Lagos Network Center. We're taking a look at Iran's unrest, U.S. vested interest, and we are still talking to Brown Ellis. Comrade, are you still there? Now, please cap it up with a pointer so that people can get to hear your own reaction to the threat by the U.S. and, of course, counter threat also by Iran.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. So, like I said, Iran knows how to joke with whatever Trump says. And so I believe that Iran is going to capitalize the internet to cover their atrocities. I'm learning that over 500% so far, and Trump is about to be briefed on what actions available for him. And I really want to listen to his cabinet to decide on the table for Iran. So you can be rest assured that Trump will do something about what's happening in Iran. That's one. Then two, Iran loves destabilizing the Middle East. And I think Trump is the only person that actually brought them into the corner. And they're not seeing the result of Trump's own stuff against their hostility. And so whatever you're seeing happening in Iran today is been designed from the U.S. by the Trump administration. So sooner than we ever thought was going to be. Seeing the results so fast, and whether I like it or not, it might lead to a regime change in Iran. But let's take this very seriously. Because you see, the commodity that he prides himself of having, that's the oil. You know, America is also producing in a very large quantity right now. They are actually also exporting oil to other countries. That's the first thing that some people were getting into. They compel its allies, American allies, to boycott Iran's oil, and they did that. Most of them out of respect for America, because most times when it comes to international trade, the first thing you need to ask yourself as a leader of a nation, can you trust them more? Are you going to trust America or trust Iran? If you believe that it's better to trust America as an ally than Iran, then you can abandon Iranian oil and focus on getting American oil. That's what most of those who are buying oil from Iran did. They abandoned Iranian oil and then they started America. Now America also is not in charge of it, which makes their export broader than what it used to be a month ago. And now what they are looking at is also to crumble Cuba. And you see that America has succeeded in this, disorganizing those people who were actually in charge of disorganizing the entire world, causing riots and wars in other people's countries, sending terrorists to other countries and sending ammunition to separatists in countries. That is what Iran especially are doing. So at the end of the day, you could realize that Trump is going to respond, and either he respond through force or through more sanctions. Whatever it is not going to be good for the Iranian regime. They too came into power by protesting and pushing out the government that was in power, the monarchy. So whatever it is that is happening now will likely end their own the Islamic leadership of Iran. They're not sharing a new government or maybe the same government some other person. But I think the ultimate focus is to keep the attention.
Okay, now you just hold on. I want to go for a break. Okay, when we return, you're going to continue with your line of thought. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum reaching you live from our Lagos Network Center, and I am Wilson Omasho. Well, let me come to you. As I said, now you heard what Brown said. He talked about regime change. It talked about the citizens of Iran not being able to purchase some basic food items. And of course, the Naira-dollar exchange in Iran, I mean, it's like on phantom, it's like on reasonable. It's like nobody could even imagine the disparity between the Iranian currency, so to speak, begging your pardon, and of course the US dollars. Yes. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
And now, with the warning given by the US that the killing should persist, UN is going to act, and the Iranian government also, the issue they warning that if US should venture it, Iran will react. Take it up from there.
Okay, fine. There's history between the US and Iran. Now, sometimes in the 90s, early 90s, thereabout, the US backed up Iraq. They raised Saddam Hussein to confront Iran. So they empowered Iraq to slow down Iran. And that wasn't a direct conflict. It worked out then, all right? So Iraq was able to suppress Iran, resist Iran, and eventually went on top of Iran through the direct help of the US. All right, fine. Then when they did that, again, we saw the exchange between Israel and then Iran, and the US had to come in to also caution Iran, okay? But that's indirect. But this will open up for a direct intervention, which Trump will not want to joke with, and in this way it will come in direct and then do what it got to do, all right? And that will be just to pull down Iran. But Iran threatening to hit back at the US, if they will do any damage, it will be very minimal compared to what US will do to Iran. In fact, the US can completely take them out. And the US, I remember in the past when they invaded Libya, when Gaddafi was head of government, they didn't change that regime. And I remember Clinton saying that was a mistake. So ever since then, so the Chavez international policy that if they invaded in this manner, they changed governments. And they've been doing that. We saw what they did with Afghanistan and all of that. So if they're going to come in now, obviously they will take out the government of Iran. And then once that is done, it will reposition Iran, for global civilization, and then the US will always come in with their vested interests. Iran is rich in natural gas and in oil. And then the US oil companies will come in. They did that with Gulf War in Iraq. They benefited from it seriously, and they will do that again. That's ultimately where Trump is going. He can come up with all of this palatable reasoning and all of that, but ultimately, he's doing business.
He's doing business. Yeah. We talked about Libya. Since Barack Obama attacked Libya, he regretted attacking Libya. And Libya then said, if you're going to so rush down the picture, the US back again to the Afghan government, Afghanistan today has never been the same. Yeah. People like saying that if US should attack Iran, that might just be fate. Watching leave the country to squabble and suffer for themselves. That question is not for you. Let's get to hear from Brown. Brown, what did they say about that? Going through history, US used Iraq. They dumped Iraq. You know the story so well. They conquered Libya. They left Libya. You know how Libya is faring right now. Afghanistan, oh come on, you all know what happened. Now they should go into Iran. Do you think the story will be different?
Consistent with then is a position on issues going into the country around and running by your ministry to say for years. But if you look at what happened in through some bombs and then allow the vice president to take over. Let us have one.
Well, we can barely hear you. Check your mic, please. Just check your mic. We can barely hear you. You're able to adjust your mic or your earpiece. You can please rejoin in the discussion. Well, let me come to you also. So this turn right now meant for you the way U.S. left these countries I mentioned. A lot of bombardment, a lot of propaganda. The leaders taken out of the equation of the picture, and the countries we are never the same. Are you talking about Iraq? They used Iraq against Iran. It's Iraq. You know the story too well. Afghanistan, could you see people that supported U.S. once upon a time, battling so hard to gain access to a plane that was leaving Afghanistan. We all know the story. How many people died all because they trusted the U.S. to do the right thing. Now, Donald Trump said that this time around, it is going to be U.S. for U.S. No more unnecessary wars. Do you think he's going against some words?
All right. If you know Donald Trump well enough, you should know he's not very consistent, and then he can swift from one end to another in a split of a second. All right. But okay, like. For instance, like I actually mentioned earlier, the Taliban held on. You know, U.S. stayed for over 20 years, and at the end of the day, they discovered that, look, it's not working. All right, and billions of dollars expended and all of that, then they left. Because the Taliban kept fighting, you know, and though more like terrorists.
Ragtag terrorist cells.
Yeah. But the case with Iran is a bit different because the U.S. coming in now will be popular with the people. Now, the people are the one giving the opening to the U.S. to come in. In fact, they probably will be inviting of the U.S., okay, because once you're coming now, U.S. will probably help them drive their wish of change of governments. And what Trump might do could just what he did with Venezuela. Just pick up the leader and then go try them in the U.S. I'm not giving legitimacy to that, but, you know, I'm sorry to say, this is TV. You know, Trump could be a benevolent tyrant. You know, it's joking.
Benevolent tyrant.
Yeah. There's tyranny in Trump, but it tried to coin it to the benevolent. You know, like if it's going to Iran now, whatever it's doing in Iran, we're positive to the world, we're positive to Iranian people, but it's still abusing the sovereignty of Iran. All right, so that way you cannot just take away tyranny from his acts, but then benevolence. Okay, so I think the people in Iran will welcome what Trump will be doing. All right. That way, it might go in with full chest, change the government, and then might even try to put them in jail. That way, so that their supporters don't come up and all of that. And they will try to uproot, you know, their structures around and democratize Iran. You know, so it will try to do that in Iran. It will go all the way. And doing that, it will also institute U.S. hold, you know, in the guise of midwifing Iran into democracy and all of that, and you know, it will, and also for protection, provide security, military security, and all of that. That way, it will have economic control, it will have military control, and then it will be trying to reintroduce Iran to global civilization and all that. So, U.S. is a way of taking full charge of Iran, and then it will want to uproot everything that has to do with the present Islamic leadership of Iran. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending where you're coming from, it will be popular with the people. It will be popular with the people.
Popular with the people?
Yeah, and so the experience might be different from what happened in Iraq, Libya, and Afghanistan.
All right, now let's go to where Elvis Brown is standing by. You get to realize that Donald Trump talked about regime change. In the 60s, yes, according to report, Israel and Iran were like 5 and 6, not under this government of Ayatollah. They were like 5 and 6. Israeli citizens do go to Iran. Iranian also do go to Israel. They have this, you know, this relationship, this understanding. Iranian gave Israel their oil to develop. Israel so manufactured weapon gave to Iran. They have this beautiful understanding until there was a regime change. Brown, what do you think is the focus of the U.S. in all of this? Are they driving for a regime change to at least benefit Israel so that Israel and Iran will be what they used to be way back?
Well, I think the most interest of America in the region is Israel. You can't take that away. That's their number one ally in the world. And they want to ensure that Israel is safe. And Iran has resources, the need that Israel already has. Number one of those is drinking water. You know, a commodity as essential as water is not very, very common in Iran, and Israel has enough of it. Don't forget that Benjamin Netanyahu has used that as a form of a campaign to the people of Iran to say, look, if you can protest your government, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please continue.
All right. So, they have used water as a bait to Iranians to say, look, protest. We're going to give you water and all that. It's essential. Apart from that, America is going to go in and they're going to hit the government structures and their artillery to decimate them to a point where the people can, protest and ensure that there's a regime change in Iran. If that happens, the entire Middle East will be stabilized. Because this is the destabilizing force in Middle East. When I talk about the war with Palestine right now, the war with Syria, Iran has been responsible for everything that's happened around the Middle East. They have, like I said before, their priorities are wrong. They have a government priority is basically to send ammunition to other countries to stabilize those they don't like. And America has been, having leaders who have been romancing the ego of Iran. Obama gave them billions of dollars, and then they went ahead to enrich uranium, which they promised they were not going to do. All right? The Clinton did the same thing. Every president that has come has actually tried to romance these people, beg them, give them American taxpayers' dollars. But Trump came and said, no, we can't do that. We can't give them money. Rather, we're going to hit them. And they did. And that strike exposed Iran to the world as a country who is only good at propaganda. They do a lot of propaganda. They don't have the kind of intelligence they claim to have. And I can assure you that when Trump gets in and further their structures, their military structures, artillery and ammunition, there will be a regime change eventually. Now, another thing is whether or not America is going to do it. I don't think so. Trump allowed the vice president of Venezuela to take over when he had a good negotiation. Today they are getting what they want, and the relationship with Venezuela and America is better than it was when Maduro was there. So whoever is going to come into power, America is going to say, look, you are coming to power, but this is what we want. A democracy should be number one thing, and then peace in the Middle East is going to be number two before you can talk about America's interest. Now, will America's interest come in? Definitely, because they spend a lot of money to do all that, so they will definitely want to have some vested interest in that. So America has interest, but Israel, the peace and security of Israel is number one. Then the peace within the Middle East should be number two, and then America's interest and the interest of the entire world can then come in.
All right, thank you so much, Brown. We'll come back to you. Well, you heard him. Interest, and of course, lots of interest. Talk about Israeli interests, American interests, and of course, he made one vital point saying if Iran can just have a change in regime, there'll be peace in the Middle East. Do you agree to that assertion?
Absolutely, because what Iran is doing, Iran is trying to spread itself across the Middle East, and then in terms of ideology and then military capability. All right, so it's trying to export that, so that if it's going to have all of that to itself, knowing that US will come for her, but it's just a matter of time, and it's happening now. Okay, so and then it will not just end. The ideology will not just die, and that capacity will not just die with Iran. So Iran is trying to spread it, so that even if they are taken out, there will be others that will be positioned to continue with that ideology and that drive. So that's what they've been trying to do, and that way they've held the Middle East. They've held the Middle East. As a matter of fact, Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Okay, let's say this. Saudi Arabia is defending itself against Iran by getting a bit dirty with funding some ugly stuff. All right. I don't want to take
No, you're talking about Saudi because Saudi Arabia is like, about self-preservation.
Yes.
Like what you rightly said.
Yeah.
Besides, and of course, just that.
Yeah. Now, what they're doing to also try to counter what Iran is doing is also to get involved with some stuff on the ground Because if they're not doing that, Iran will be too powerful and will just run over the Middle East. So they have to get from behind, strengthen some other stuff that can resist Iraq. Iran, sorry. So what they do. So now if Iran is taken out, and then Saudi Arabia-US relationship is super. So once Iran is out, then the US can also come in to make Saudi Arabia the leader of the Middle East, indeed.
So it's all about the contention for the number one spot in the Middle East. Because it stands right as between Iran and Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So once Iran is out, the US can control the Middle East freely through Saudi Arabia. All right. So the resistance from Iran will have been defeated. And then all the allies of Iran, they will just be taken out. But once Iran is out, they will even hide their, bury their heads.
Now, some point of the opinion that this is a ploy to weaken Russia. After all, Iran is an ally of Russia. Venezuela is an ally of Russia. Taking out these people will just weaken the hold of Russia in their region. How true is this hypothesis?
Now, not just Russia, and China too. China too, because it's a competition. So one of the biggest interests of U.S. in the Middle East is to ensure that the U.S. control the Middle East economically and military partnership. So that way, they're in competition with Russia, with Germany, with China. So the edge they will have in global, being number one superpower of the world is to ensure that they have that hold, and then the others are not coming in. Now, you also notice that China is coming to Africa economically, favorable to African nations. Now, the U.S. is frowning at that, okay? But the U.S. has not been able to do for Africa what China is providing. Okay, so
though they are taking more from Africa.
Yeah, so they are going to fight that. They're going to try to turn African nations against China, right? So to retain African markets. So far, the U.S. got the Middle East market, and they don't want China, Russia to come in. And Iran is in position with Russia, and of course by extension to China, all right? And US is not happy with that. So it's a brutal contention. It all has different angles and channels.
It's a brutal contention in the sense it's all about global dominance. Iran seems to be in quote right now among the top countries in the Middle East, only rivaled strongly by Israel, because Israel seems to be at the middle, so to speak, still trying to say, come on, man, Iran, we used to be XYZ way, but right now, that is in the situation. But tell me, people, if you're watching, how can you do this mathematics? In Nigeria, 1,400 naira to $1 US. In Iran, 1 million dinars. Come on. 1 million to $1 US. That is the height of it all.
It's outrageous.
That is the height. I say no value for the dinar Iranian currency. Anyway, Brown, how do you think all this will end? Or do you see an end in sight soon before we call it a wrap on the show? Brown, are you there?
All that. Can you hear
Please
me?
continue. I can hear you. Yes, continue.
All right. So all that's playing out now is advantage of US as a dominant global power advantage. So what you're going to have is that Russia and China are going to be traveling towards the US for what they need. Because now they can't get oil from Iran as it is today, and they get from Venezuela. All right, so they're going to come to America and say oil because America has enough of it. America is in romance with Saudi Arabia. America is in romance with Nigeria. And so you have these countries that are producing oil. All of them are, now in the hands of America. I think it's a chess game that Trump played, and he has won his party. As of today, the riot in Iran will end. It either end in a regime change, or it end in serious chaos that will further degenerate into something that will last for some weeks. But I don't see many resigning because of this protest. They rather want to shoot at the protesters and killing them like you're seeing on the screen. But then, what is happening there eventually, whether he likes it or not, America will have its way. Because if you give America an opportunity to further destroy those investments that they have, which means they are threatening the world. Those, uranium they say they have, the weapons they say they have, America will map them out to the satellite and drop some bombs on them, and that's the end of it. And so now they have nothing, and they come to the table to negotiate. All right, so when they negotiate, that they negotiate and the sanctions are lifted, or the regime is changed. That's where it's going to end at the end of the day. Then America will now become in charge of everything that has to do with world economy.
Thank you so much, Brown. Thank you so much for your wonderful opinion. Now to call it a wrap on this segment of International Forum from Lagos Network Center. How do you think all this will end? For what Brown said, he said America will eventually have its way in Iran. Yeah. Do you see the same?
Absolutely. That's what they are. And then to fast track that is the fact that the people of Iran are against the government. So that's just an easy one for America. So America, and like he said, I agree with him, America has taken over Venezuela. I mean, Trump practically said Venezuela will be only buying product from America. You understand? It will do the same with Iran. It's another way of colonizing them. You understand? Making them free, they are free, but it tells them what to do. Make them like a puppet. You understand? So it's all going to be all win for America, while it will kick out Russia, kick out
But I don't think this will lead to splinters of cells, of terrorist cells. Let me just leave Iran to start causing mayhem and destruction in the Middle East and, of course, the world.
Now, the thing is this, America can calculate all of that, and they will come in hard on them. Before Iran begins to do that, the America will come in. Now, the advantage America is having here is that Russia and China are not willing to confront America on the proximity of coming from another country. If not, they would have protected Venezuela. They couldn't protect Venezuela against US. They would not be able to protect Iran against US. And then America knows that. And they're just taking advantage of it.
Thank you so much. As well, the mail source, I really appreciate a wonderful analysis. And of course, to Brown that joined us virtually, I really do appreciate your wonderful analysis. But the protest is very much on. Ali is not backing down, still shooting or ordering soldiers to shoot live ammunition. Other protesters, over 600 killed already, including women and children. Some are saying it's like a chess game. Let's see what will be the next move of Donald Trump. He threatened that if it should continue or persist, America will be forced to intervene. They should intervene. Will Iran make due of its promise? Retaliation. Only time will tell. We'll do it again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Uponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbong Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
wa o kanya me kerule o ora koko banedo egwa keme me láti wa o kanya me kerule o
Omo number nedo ukwa polo Ewai II Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the total cultural piece of Quebec. On the other side, we have the gymnastic boys. Gymnastic boys, you don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know what we are going to do in the second floor. This is the girl outside. Always.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone wa be enu po ogbona. Usarobo Olawo no ge uyi no ro e mama no ma no sarobo ajile lupe 2026 ni mayena. Usabo na mo lobo ma. Ore 2025 no lele wari na we gbe yan ladia. Eso no ebi no ga no ebi ne ma no eya no wa rupo no gbera Osalu dazi nla onika oredo ya fere na mo yare Anyway, then my butter, my way soon now. Butter now, very kind of no bura, and now we're Iba. Iba na totayi akota ayaru erenede enu na ibi agayo na oni mate ibota makawe tamani mate na rena evani agbo egbo ibota we de na ore wa oteme ebisugbe Victor
edonaru wa donaru zamo wa ya selo gbe upogbo ni mala na ogogonoro wa imi igbe wa imi mu wa imi ebe o oba atope
ise ore wa teme pastor ka bari unamure
ibi adunowo me ofo egbusa ogbago yaro ise lo gbe wa be na ka wa bi tota wa bi dawe ofo egbusa ogbago waro oba atope
ise me so abosa nge no wi o no ri edo ba yo ko awe do ya fere me to wa ya o sarun dazu no jo fi waro lọ́jọ́ fún ìgbé arọ́ ọmọ ọ̀rẹ́ arọ́ ọ̀nù wà ìwárí àná òsàlóbọ̀ ẹni níka ọ̀ àdìnàdẹ́nu wà nẹ́dọ̀ yàfẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹniwọ̀n ẹ̀mí magwaka náà àfiwòrí ẹ̀ nọ̀rọ̀ de ìwẹ̀rẹ̀ irú nàánà mẹ́wẹ́ èmi náà yé nọ sùlù núpò nẹ́ẹ̀mà ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀tà náà lájà bẹ̀ wàbí gbẹ̀ náà oye ihe na te no giano oye kinu dono no ma defio oye okianu kian aye onu wa aze emonu wa agugun iya ma ho odo ame na we ezo raaro ya we okuriri o wa bieleme ezo na waro ege ya de kere ezo ni kede agwalo to okunu we aye ya nyino odo we aye alele kiano lórí owó ẹ̀yìn wọn náà do bí ẹlẹ́yà ẹni yà fẹ́ ẹ̀rọ kẹ̀kìnàdó ẹ̀kìnàdẹ́sẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ yé níwọ̀n ẹ̀yìn ó ní máa rè sẹ́sẹ́mẹ̀sì sọpá owó wa máa kéèké bọ̀ yé ẹ̀ bọ̀ wà wẹ́ ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ pásítọ̀
dọ́mọ̀
ìdàkó wà rẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀fún òde náà rẹ̀.
wọ́n ṣe ní wọn mẹ́ni káàtà wùsọ̀ àná gbéra wẹ òpọ́gbọ́n àgàlà ọyọ́ wọn náà tí pàpà ọ̀rẹ́ bẹ́ fún ẹ abi gwe obono pa ebi gwe ladia eri em pogmo yi ma be ti oge nu pogbera le eri e fo e ga o eri amuru pa ti de o eri tomatoes ya yi obo kan abi gwo ni le ogbon eye so pe o imi no wu nu po iya gire ni majina no re mortuary egire ni majina na mu yo to le nu po egire ni majina we no ra gbo ka we eri e ke ma mi o ma so mo na lókè yìí wò ẹ̀ẹ́kẹ́ ya fi ẹyọ tọ́nà wa ọ̀kẹ́ pa ọ̀sán ló ń da sí apá màá wọ́n lẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ tí ni máa ní màá yá sùpò náà sùpò kúkpó ọ̀gàgìsẹ́ àtúntà ẹ̀ẹ́ nà wájú ulẹ́bù kí a la wẹ́ fẹ́ kirikiri wúdẹ̀rẹ̀ dàgbà kí a wẹ́yì òye n'egbò ẹ̀ wẹ́yì tó ta ọgọ́gbọ̀n ẹ̀ ọ̀sán abàrí ẹnu ẹ̀ náà dèkènùwẹ̀ mọ́nà yìí sènú kpó dàfíwèrè yẹ sònù ònú ní ẹ̀yọ́ kìgí ọwọ́ àpá uwu ìwẹ̀wẹ̀ yé ẹbẹ́ sọ wà láyà wà wà wíyà zù ìgá pàpà àbọ̀ wọn agánibẹ̀ká ọ̀tá ẹni yà wà lórí ẹ̀ lórí wà rí àṣẹ ìmọ̀ wà bí agánì pálọ̀ ọ̀fọ̀nọ̀rọ̀ ìgbélé yà wù yẹn wíyà wà láwí pálọ̀ ni ọwọ́ àwíyà zù èso rọ̀ kókó yà kókó àìpẹ́ láwí mọ́lá yẹn kó wà àpẹ́ ọ̀ka àfiwèrè ẹni bú ìrọ̀ òpọ́gbọ́n àìré wẹ̀yí tó ta wà rí ẹ aito egbe so mu na we o e we deni eso dekeni na ko opono gbera dekeni mana use opono gbera demi no wi me opono gbera ba ze no na wi me e na ya fe we tota o yo wa yo we gbe mama ze nu ke ya gwan do ba na mi we urere simuna urere seki e gen we ya seki ba no gwa lore awa ka ba wi ya iye we ma de ba we dia e ko so ba no ri e ma do gwa lo si ọsí bíe ihe àti dèbí igó ni wíwẹ́ rẹ̀ rí de déèrí ọgá anọ́nu pò wẹ́ fi ọ̀bọ wèrè yẹ ọ̀dọ̀rọ̀ ló wà ẹzẹzẹ sáwọ́ àwọn wẹ́yẹ eré zọ alábẹ̀ ọ̀bọ̀ ká yẹ iye zọ wẹ́ẹ̀ làpọ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ wọ́n fi yín bẹ̀ wèrè yẹ adùn anọ̀wẹ̀ à ayédèyẹ nìyẹn òpẹ́ náà pé wa ọ̀gìrì yẹ ọmọ ayédèyẹ èyí sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀dún fi lọ wèrè yẹ ọ̀gá ayéri ọ àfùmọ̀ ẹ̀mẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà ọ̀gbìn ọhụ afiagbe yo ware nda afiagbo sa no wa egwezo o wa na gwigbe afiagbe se ti areba we fi weri e we da bi omo na ere ni da na ere ni ye aga ti ami o wa sameme ami o wa idioma to bo evi po yo to oyo iye de dozo bo la koni oyo le bae ogbe tu we yan yo bo ye yo we opora we fi weri e na afiagbo sa ba make na gwa lo so wa oba atope
anyway wa he no tai afi wori e makana boya fi wori e uyonu no gbera ewu ya gwalo muda be so lo no e kame o nu awon lele no kwa eno iyo no kwa eno ewo eno ananeru yi waro odigwe ubi obodo dasaloboa ubi obodo danika emi na ni mu dana ekina ni mu dana jeduro dem money ni risi ibi mani risi mani me mo risi esoro na de ko won wa uneru ya wa do bo he won o de no la ka odo o me de pa o wa o mase wa ga he won saba na gimiru ha e mo radio saba no gin ara mari e mo radio nda o mo do pa legbo ya mu da o fe mu da owu mu da ya odo sodo ni odo arodo dogo ala mami na ne ru yi o wa no o se na boyi o se na zese yi iwa we tawe do ni wa oda wa ni Jesus yaka no Jesus se na yo
na le ru yi
le yo afi wo ri odo are e ma gun ma ya eri o we no nezo ezo ka zo no isunu ezo no de no ko ba we politician de awo to se fe o ri polose uwe ni aro enegbin a o ri polose iya politician we do ma ite de ma we me da ti ma obi ra arona obi ye na arona iya iku etu egbe eyo ka ye de ni wa a megba we gie me ko we ri na no pa we ja we hewe so pa we ni e ya do na e ko ma ri e ma ni bu yo ye wala wo wo ga fi wo di aro wa ga aro o tedo wa ga aro tedo no ba yo ga aro tedo state na mi o gbo so we politics ni waru osuwa ogiwa ya dole gbe yi ogiwa ya dole wo yi ogiwa go ba dole to yi ya se gbe yin so ni o ni inuka ni ka inuka de ni ya se o to ni ma me e won mu ma mi ma to fo emi na re o tedo ni ka gbo sun general office no re agbo o tedo la do lu ni gbe do la dia ami ma ewuro ni gbe ami ma e wa gbo do la dia wi ye ki gba won o te forest we go mo kwa ya awami mai do ladan mo sogan ya ladan be gelegele do ladan be niko ga ru ya e don ya ni ya fe ni wa ni ma hon ya awe iyan so iyan ladan ya wona fi to ri ani ya we niko ga kere gelegele o tedo mama ye gun ayo mama gwa ma wa hun wa ga fi wo ri aro po ra yida wa ga fi wo ri aro na gwa to se ga nya to ni e won no do go ma dia onya to ari to le no dia bo ye kere ni ade ba emi o Nigeria na te map na ya we na eya ro na ya gbeso o te me
àwa gbe upogbon e ma la na ibude e ma yeye keke be bi na ibe ke na ya we upo na he owe uponupo gbera ni upogbon na we la na afin agbenoro kewa lauda oro edo wa do egwa lo ibude na beri ma bude ni mi ma wo wa odo wa me ni kan edede egbe are oba ni gwe otuni ni aviokian ya ma ye obopo ya mu ya o wa nezo ye awu ma mi la o ti ya mi ebo so abo ni o ti ye la ma wa are oba wa re ma ni wa gba ore ihe de mama nuwa mama re yo to upo gbon na ire lana ni wan wa gba oge ga bi yala o da o ni e kan se no kan mo mo kan edede gbegbe we rusu e no bodere no gba o ga bo gbugbo a na ti Ministry of Agric fertilizer na wa viore na ya mewe to opa ati ilu e ipugi oya bi eyan oya emi ko yira ma wo wa na ri no to ni no to me kan ri no ma no ma luwa fiori tedo wa raia ogupo na no bi de wa re mama he opia ayese ti adoya ugama asetia doe olima na tie ifal asetia doe dario badi o nario ba mama na aya mi we ati subsidy owe fu opa ama we ke na we mi na we subsidy yi de opia ni no na we de no bu we office of government iparo opia ahewa ugama emi na ya gbugbo ya ahewa wa ya de bi wo no ma kan gbe ori e ti na o ma ope akewoko ni gbugbo ni aya se ti munimuna ni aho ni anwina ma ni bu wa ro ni yen na go no ya se ti ya de opia ama iwe adide agoma ya afia abi adide agoma ya agbo ari oba we wo ari wo we ari oba la wo ni ma ni re wa na we wo ni ma aftumbu aro ma be lawo da ogbe na tene ma no manya mi ari wo na ri emi no yo ni ro mi yan dori ewuku oba atope
ise anyone ya iwa dan heaven ni matana rusabo ola wo iyi bi lele no keke no aro opona e ma gwa kan no gbera no ma defi ofo e ma na yunu kan ma we gwa kan unu ni ma filo be mi na re ni ati media unu ne do ya gwa yen ya gbegbe gwa mani ma mi o vi awa e ma pare wo na e ma pare Nigeria e ma palu e mi na re mi ati eyi utamuta ogi ma wa fi we ni wa ma ogi ma ma ya en legbe bo sunu wala wo wa gbe ni iwo nda oni no wa siokan ni manedonia o wa siokan eyi ni kere no ma metu gugun wa ri e ba ya ke ba ya fi lugbe ya ro ya ona mara wo de aya gbe e ri o tan pastor ko
domoro wa to pe owe mi ga sunu we bo we oye kwere ga so bogedo okin owe wa me we no sunu nania o to sege bo ligue bo da that is politics or ligue nunda e ma dani revo e o to sege bo vio ya nwina abi zaguda abagbera gbiri e ma na ga mie wa mo yen o le la eyan lo ba ze we ga mo pa mo ma dani ni una mwe e police mu e yete gbe awe baba ya yi tamuta tie ne gbo manis o ma neno sia e boy meno ni ze bonio o ha meno sia ge ari kinoni o iba mo ise we sia ge abe keke ni bie kana ya gba ore gbe ano ayu no dai no do ra no tie we o ma ni po ma no agele sia de mi ze na kana iga we ni danya ni da de mi na tie awa na gere ga awa owo mana ye kwa mu obiera bi je ne obiera emo eni dana gere sunu wo ye gbe no sunu aria we o kari oba ke oge o kari oba ye Nigeria ya ipa senator no ma ona du igomu o ma ye gan e de do gara mami o pa ma yo pa egbe no sunu e ga li igoro masigo dati wa na dio bi re yin ni ba ege ni bi dia gbo yara were ge ni government abe ba no mura o tese ga bu ni muna bari oba egbe da odo na ga gwo o ga gwo wa ge ti ge mo fi ese wa ge gbe ebe to so we gbe ge ede uke mu ari odo kere permanent secretary ye we be na gbe na ki that do mebu mosa so pe ge ni ki pa mo to ọ̀rọ̀ náà dúé mi na te million ara dúé mu ara bá gbé yo gbere no para we ara we yan ka ba we wa do gbe mi na mo so po wa ga ra se o era negere wa ka bo wa ra se e ya wa do mu e uje ibo zere na o ya igwe anu ni ka we ya lo e ya yo we awe e do so wa unda gbo uri e ba po geba e o ri emi no gi sunu te bo na ni a e bi ke na mi kolo yo kwa da ya dole mi oge nu we gwa ka ba no sunu nebo de social media owe o ma no ka ge bono rebu ye ige to eni e ga wi eni ya we egbe ni mari bi edori ya mu egbe gboto mu egwa gboto ne ma na iwa so bo kan obi Yorùbá dogun ayo obi wobo dogun ayo obi Hausa dogun ayo obi egwa na ke na ya zanko egbe mi ri oni e ma n'ọjà panati ọpa sọmẹ mo máa ń ya ọgbọ ẹyà ẹkú owe unda be na bia kwa ga he ara agbite ga he owo ri owe ga yo bo geke na mojo ewe bo obo moto oji wa gi ma lige bo na ane kere na suno ya segbe owi yaji eri ono abe pastor no abe gbe na pastor no fi aba no samo owo ba meze ado ayi pin abo pani aya agi agbo ya fe keno boy wa keno bo ma wa ayi pin abo pa agi agbo ya nu dawe unyine ogeke no gi sunu webu ni ma la o we gwa kai moto baba we oto ne ema ni lega mami maikia we mi o we do paro ya sini osege wa pa bare ni ero so po wa segbi mi ma ado sikan supe ado mu egbe ladian ara feel nu giegbe ti ma ne ma ni gwa fi esi re bona ti ma ne ma ni gwa admin re bona so pa igbina ni bi do we na ya gwo be ra bi ye kan no na ya kwikia ye gbon we na re gwe we ere lama oye managbe owa managbe magwogegbe so po ga sewewe ya akori ebare amie we ala gwo popo pada be ni kata e no gbera ivie go benue ogi adin ni amako unda kagele mi ago ne abe ranu regbo ni aya agia kagele mi ago ne o ebu we gwe go gwa o bi benu o bi kaaba o bi ogoja no unda ekmene gbi mani magwa mo fanu de kolo yokma mo paga e yo bowu e na ya fe dori abu na ya fe ne ima ki akoko ni ya mo yoto na imi o to segebu ni agebo na manegwa na gebo na mano monoba na lawo owo ga we mi dana ka ye mi dawo owo be we besi aka ma ge mi esi owu nu da we have to be no we are we le na ye be de dori o ya be de na kwe oba atope
we say no we ko edene na
oba e ba kwe
o sare bo ayiyi ni yoto ne ebe na ta eni wa muda o wa di ma ni bun wo hion erun da we vivie ru ya o ka kin e no de ka do ne o esaje me o ye ni wa ke do na zeke ya we obi edo ipa egbe o yi o fiunu do o fiunu ẹyin oriri ọba gbòrìrì o ọba gbòrìrì o ọba gbòrìrì e má ta ẹnu èmi ni ẹ ta tọ̀sẹ̀ èmi lórí ẹrùn náà nànà má tọ̀sẹ̀ ń dá ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ná wá rẹ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀dọ̀ sùn ní wọn ọ̀pẹ ọ̀kẹ́dọ̀ á sùn wa mi owe egbe no sunu dia na owe ri owe wa howe ni adane no maba unda South Africa obi mana ori no ri polose no ro de o te Egypt ga de ke poro ga de unda ebore ya te liye wa ana we he o ana we gbe mo wo de gbe wa ki ma ru yi no ma se they are ebi so ma ko dore no ma he ni ebo o me na be dole yi e o me yen na be na yen to bi yen be ge salo ba la wo wa emi no kiani o wa gi mani bu orion be ne ibi ma so ya gun a do bo mi we emi ne no sunu ana re o kian be se kwa o be se ba we emi no sunu ge no je a be dole yi wala wo bota re de na ni wa upogbon ni ma mu he na e ma na gwa ka no sunu gbera be enupo na me we adole yi ya se gbezo ya se gba be politician we no te ka tasin iya to biya e politician we bi edo wa to bu wa ti ti enu wa ti weru wa gbe wala o wa gadole abu ware genede wata mariyo aribu mare eti man ri owe maya yin noge aisi mabo wona yeri o edo we bo na yeri o e bo na yeri o edo we bo na yeri o we ma bu we mo se
Bogi Nigeria hell.
No Makwe, no
Mose. Bogi Nigeria hell.
Salabo la wo. Anyway, give out the nena. Mahamu, to a pastor.
Ẹ máa tẹ̀ nọ̀rọ̀ wò ní fún un gẹ́gẹ́ tẹ́kẹ̀rẹ́ yọ ude máa bù ú náà wà ọ̀dọ̀ wà mí nà hàn wò wá wenúpò pọ̀ ọgbọ́n àrí náà fi wèrè ẹ lọ́rẹ́ ìkan àrí ọba wà àti miami ma ni wà gba òrè wà fi wèrè ẹ ni wà mẹ́wù pọ́nà àlùgàn ọ̀rẹ́ àrọ̀ èmi kèmí náà yà á rú nọ́ọ̀mà gé màá làwọ̀ dá ọ̀ náà sì ṣéke ọ̀mà rí èké wà kí máa kí èwèrè gbé wọ́ ni màá làwọ̀ dá ọ̀ ọba àtọpẹ ilé ma tó pé àtúkò ètò ọsẹ túyàn mà wáyà ní dààmú ẹ ògì náà ọfún gbẹgbẹgbẹ wáyà rọ ọba àtọpẹ.
ẹdùn ló pẹ wò wẹ náà mú ẹwò náà lọgbà ògè ọkà mi wẹ kíyà ọkà ìwò wẹ kíyà ọjọ wẹ kíyà ìnógì wẹ kí òpọgbọn láyé náà wẹbi mami máàmù gbọ lèlú pọgbọn lẹwọ yá dẹ ẹ lẹwọ yá fìwé ẹ na ha we enoge wa fi bo we here e wa ma o ri da mi o ma ni o pa na te wa de ro e yeri o me ga isun ke na pa me ga isun ayiko fa ma me so fi bo we here le bo ya de enu e no ya ma no ba no ya ma na gbon ya no ya ma negwa oba atope ise
anyway ya yi wadan ma bo ne zebe ni temewe ta ave jon we wa mi ni jon we ni ari yu lame ake mawe ka ula me ni ge eme mi no ki ariana asari abe no elegbewu wona we wi da o do na we yin se ari abe aye be ye were awe go mana na ro ijo to wa ya fe abe don we katikata o tan ge da osa odon we o igomu kwa eri we jo to abe o ka ge le ya fe wa we mi no ka ge lo mo no ba o mo tin ya wa na gwe iye do lewo yi ka bo do le se wasetiwe abiko kugbe ugewine emina tada ogeva no pa wege aye mi ro ewe e na wa ro ero pa o e no etewe kagele gabo dutu ya fe o tewe no rugbo gbo je to ya fe e ya fe ni ke na ke o kagele ni re dade wo mani rubota na ma je to wa wala o wakabo awun na se ne komike na re na gbo ya fe ma je to o don we abe nigi abiko ikweki wala wa be dueki yari wa yore ke wa na idueki e ma mana mu gibota o de na yoto ọba àtọpẹ se
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Alright guys, it's another lovely Monday evening and it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another beautiful episode of the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from that city of bronze. You know I love to call it that city where the king is truly king. Now for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that, teaches men to prioritize themselves and of course, to be the best that they can be, just so that they can give the best that they can give. It airs on this station every Monday. All right, my name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, today, we're going to be taking a look at a very, very important topic, something that actually caught my attention of recent. Okay, sometimes you're just going about your daily activities, and then you just, for a second, certain things just cross your mind, and you begin to ask yourself, what has actually changed? What has gone wrong? How come things are no longer the way they used to be? And one of such things is the growing lack of parental discipline in our society as we have it today. What exactly went wrong? Whether you like it or not, you must have noticed that things are no longer the way they used to be, especially between parents and their kids. Those days when we were growing up, some of us had this reverence for our parents, right? Even in their absence. There were things we're not bold enough to do, we're not courageous enough to do, even in their absence, because of the kind of discipline that they gave us, right? So, for instance, I remember as a kid, I used to live within my boundaries as a child, right? I was not allowed to go to the next compound. Now, that was how I was raised. Not because my parents didn't like me, like us being free, but they just wanted to ensure that we lived within the boundaries that they set for us. Now, I'm sure a lot of you out there can also relate. Now, if you take a look at the parents of today, it doesn't seem to be like that anymore, right? A lot of parents seem to be more flexible in raising their children. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? My name is Harry Agboje once again, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm not alone. I've got an amazing person in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at this topic. Now, he is an educationist and also, a social analyst. He's really passionate about lots of things that are happening around us, and he loves to share his wealth of wisdom and experience on such matters. It's good to have you, Abu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is good to be on the show today again. It is always a pleasure talking about issues that concerns us in society, especially issues like this, where if we keep quiet, things will get deteriorated and it will get out of hand.
True.
So there is no bad things strive because good men decide to keep quiet.
Absolutely.
So we must say something.
Definitely, we must say something, and that's basically why we're here. I mean, we really can't help not to say something, all right? Now, we're going to be taking a look at this issue as we begin to look at it one after the other, right?
Okay.
Let's look at it from this angle. Parenting is serious business, right? And I don't think a lot of parents realize that, a lot of parents of this generation, because there seems to be this trend of people just giving birth without recourse to the responsibility of taking care of those children. So let's start from there. Why would anybody want to, start having kids without, considering what it will take and what it will cost, to take care of those children?
Yeah, procreation is one biological gift that God and nature has given to humans. Okay. So any adult who has gotten to a certain stage can procreate, except he or she has a medical condition.
Okay.
But procreation is not a yardstick to be called a parent. So we have so many fathers and mothers who are not parents. Being a parent means you are ready for the job after birth. Birthing a child is your God-given talent or God-given gift.
Your natural ability.
That natural ability. But the idea of training this child, parenting, is a full-time job. I say full-time job because it's one thing that people just overlook, and because of that they think because they are fathers they could be called parents. No. We have so many fathers but few parents. So it's because of these few parents that we have in society that you see there is a growing lack of discipline in terms of parenting and all that. So I think the few parents that we have, if you see their children outside, you can distinguish them from those that have fathers and just mothers. So I think we should be seeing this thing from the idea of who are parents, to be precise.
Okay.
A parent is that person who is a father or a mother and has indulged herself into the act of bringing up this child. Children, the mind of a child is like a tabula rasa. Whatever you imprint on that mind is what goes a long way to determine what the child will become in life or how the child will behave and all that. But we really have people imprinting these things on the mind of the child. That is the question.
I think that's $1 million question, because this is one question I believe a lot of parents do not ask themselves before they begin to procreate. Like you've rightly established, there's a clear difference between procreation
there is.
and parenting.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we need to begin to establish. What exactly is it with parents of nowadays? Just like I said in opening, when we were growing up, it was a different ball game, right?
Yeah.
We were raised with a very high level of discipline. So much so that parents of this generation will probably see that as you being too hard on your child.
Okay.
Now, what's the place of discipline in parenting? Let's begin.
Yeah, there are different factors that I think I will tie to this lack of parental discipline. Number one, the infiltration of Western culture into our traditional belief and norms. Secondly, we also have this idea of laziness on the part of some people who call themselves, I use the word who call themselves parents, laziness on their part. And thirdly, there is this idea of the growing new normal. where people advocate that children should be treated with, like adults, they should be treated with kids and gloves and all that, so that you not hurt them. And so after all, they are human beings. But let me start with this infiltration of Western culture into our traditional culture. Now, you see, the white men asked us at the time to marry a fellow man, a woman marry a fellow woman. Many of us did not dispute it. Some African countries are already doing that. They also asked us to wear the suit, the sleeve, the waistcoat, the tie, and all that, despite our hot weather. And many of us did not also dispute that fact. And we are doing it. But very recently, they are also asking us to treat a child as an adult. And so many parents have started, many fathers and mothers have started treating their child, their children, as adults. That's the problem. They want to train them in the Western way. They want their children to see themselves as adults. They are rushing them through that childhood. They don't want them to enjoy that childhood. They don't want them to see themselves as children. That state of innocence is no longer there. A child that just here, you call that child that you want to reason with the child like an adult. What's his reasoning capacity in the first place? My brother, what is the rationale behind you sitting a child down to say, let's discuss? You are just 4 now. And who told you that a 4 years old is thinking like an adult already? It's not. I know many will say this is a computer age and jet. Leave that computer age and jet. Children are children. And most say, how were we brought up? We were told that if you misbehave, I will flog you. I have so many parents in my area. My father was not just my father. Yes, he was my biological father, but I have so many fathers. Before my father even come back from his workplace, someone else have disciplined you if you misbehave and all that. Do we still have such in our society? No. You see, everybody wants to say my family.
So you're saying that in those days there was a communal mindset?
A communal mindset. All parents were parents, and all children were children to all parents. Now, these days, you see families saying, you don't touch my child, I know how to discipline my child, you leave this child for me to discipline and all that. So that's why we're getting children are going haywire. Some of them are even going gaga. You know, some of the hairstyle that a 10-year, 11-year-old will put on, you begin to wonder, is this one coming from a home? You see some young girls out there, 11, 10, some of the things they will wear, like, does this one even have fathers and mothers at home? So the issue now is we are drinking too much from this cup of Western wine. Civilization. I think we should come back home. We should come back to this African tradition. We are Africans. And in Africa, there is discipline intrinsically buried in our totemic mindset. It is on our subconscious. That discipline should be resurrected. That parents should see themselves as not just parents, but as role models, as disciplinarians. Correct these children when need be. Don't reason with a child. It gets to a certain stage, you reason with him, not at this stage. It is some of those things that you imprint on him when he was still a child that will model him into a very good adult. A good child definitely will become a good adult.
Absolutely.
Now, when you lead them, you think they can think of themselves. What you fail to tell them, their friends out there will tell them. And that is what we should avoid. So that idea of Western culture, I think we should come back home. Beside that, sir, this idea of laziness on the part of parents. They think now that you already have a child. So if you can provide for this child, you are performing the work of a parent already. The provision we are talking about here is not just finance. Many of them thought it's just finance. If he's attending a very good school, I can provide. If he wants to buy anything, I can give him more. No. Emotionally, psychologically, this child needs you. Morally, you should be there for him. Who are his friends? Do you even know his friends? What are his routine? How does this child carry out his daily activity? You should be your child's best friend. You should have a roundtable talk most times with him. You should be able to tell him, if you try that, I will flog a lot of you and he will not try it. Don't let him see himself like an adult already. You hardly even see children these days bathing outside. And someone said it's civilization. I think they know too much.
Okay.
Their parents make them know too much.
So why they've gone past the phase of innocence.
You see that state of innocence? It has been killed. Every child now, the parents have been able to inculcate in them that they are no longer children, but they are now what? Adults. And there is no way a child can behave like an adult. He will be an adult in a wrong form. So let these children grow. Correct them. Discipline them. Be a disciplinarian. You don't rub men with a child of 5.
Okay. Now, you've actually said a lot. Now, talking about the infiltration of Western culture, just recently I saw a video on Facebook of this American comedian and veteran comedian, Steve Harvey. He was actually interviewing a kid. a 5-6-year-old girl. So he was asking her why she liked her brother, or why she loved her brother. And she was saying, well, she loves her brother because, her big brother, of course, because he's always there to protect her and to comfort her when, you know, her parents whooped her. And then, of course, the crowd, you know, reacted in laughter and all of that. Now, I went through the comments as usual, and I saw a lot of persons asking questions, and a lot of people, you know, complaining that it was totally out of place for the parents to, you know, whoop her or to discipline her. And of course, it became a debate as usual. Now, that pretty much reminds me of something. The fact that this is also becoming a major issue in this part of the world, whether or not to discipline a child. Because some people see the use of corporal punishment as a sign of hatred for the child. That how can you, you know, use corporal punishment for a child that you love? So they see it as, you know, you doing too much. They believe you shouldn't use corporal punishment on your child, that there are other ways. Just like you said, some of them believe you can reason with your child. But how do you reason with a child whose mind is not even matured enough to, you know, look at things from that perspective? I think what we have is actually a problem, because people want to mistake smartness, intellectual exposure to maturity.
Yeah.
And I think that's a problem. I would like you to speak in that regard.
You see, words get their meaning from their context.
Okay.
What they call maltreatment in a particular context, in another context might be called discipline.
Discipline.
So when that people say you are hitting that child too hard, you're beating this child and all that. But I think in the right context, when it comes to my child or any other child, or any other child around me, it should use that right word, discipline. We were once children, sir. They did not kill us.
Of course not.
We are what we are today because of how our parents decided to straighten our life. At least our parents are not beasts. They know what they are doing. You don't expect a mother who gave birth to a child to kill that child with her own ends, except she's maniacally derailed and all that. Yeah. When children are being disciplined with love, you can discipline a child with love. There is no need you bringing in ideas of you are abusing the child rights and all that. He is a child, for God's sake. The reason why you are saying I am abusing his right because you want to protect that child. The reason why I even discipline that child is to protect the child also. Now, this is what the government are fighting against, is that you should not abuse, assault a child. Discipline gets to an extent, becomes an assault.
So that's where we need to draw the line now. At what point does discipline become an assault?
When you begin to inflict serious pains,
bodily harm
on this child, it is not an assault.
Okay.
When you are not correcting the child with love, it becomes an assault. When you are doing it with hatred, it becomes an assault. When you forget the fact that this person is still a child, it becomes an assault. But when you are doing it in the circumstances of these things I'm saying, like he's a child, I want to correct him with love, he's my child, and all that, that is discipline. And we should not rule out discipline because some persons are misusing it. I know I am not in line with so many parents or guardians who have decided to inflate pains on children because you want them to listen. No, that is beyond discipline. Okay. That is now an assault. That is now an hatred. That is now a corporal punishment. And if I ask my child to kneel down there, for example, or get a cane and give my child 2 or 3 strokes of the cane for doing something wrong, next time he will not try it. But if you now give a punishment that is more than that child to that child, then it becomes an assault.
An assault, okay.
You're asking a child, for example, you get pepper, rub on the child's body, or give the person some scars, marks, and all that. No, that is wicked and that is evil. But you're asking the child to kneel down there or get a cane, flog this child 5 times or more, as the case may be, and after all this, call the child, next time, don't try it. I am your father, I love you, and that's why I'm doing this. I hope you will not try it next time. Such a child will not try it. But you're not letting the child know the reason why you have flogged him or disciplined him and all that. It is hatred.
Hatred.
So we should draw the line between discipline and hatred. So I am not advocating for that idea of that battering, that corporal punishment. Yeah. I am saying we should not rule out the fact that these children are still children. And children have a mindset that is as clean as a tabula rasa. So we have to imprint something that they will take up into becoming a very good adult.
I guess that's why the Holy Book says that you should train up your child in the way he should go, that when he is old, he will not depart from it. All right, guys, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. Just in case you're just joining us, we're talking about the decline in discipline, parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What exactly is the problem? Why is it that, kids are no longer as disciplined as before? Why is it that kids nowadays can just do whatever they want without, their parents or a parental figure, putting them in check? Now, Abu, just a moment ago, you were talking about the difference between correcting in love and correcting, in hatred, right? Yeah. Now, it's no longer uncommon to see children just walking past an adult without greeting. And that was actually one of the things that we were taught as, children. And that was exactly one of those values that we grew up with. Yeah. Which is why we cannot see someone who's older than us now
and not greet.
Don't you think that's also a function of this lack of discipline?
The dysfunctionality of the society. That's one of the factor, one of the things we got from the dysfunctionality in the society. Why did I say so? I just told you not quite long that all parents were parents to all children. An elder can call you back and say, so you don't know how to greet. Where are you from? You say, I'm sorry, sir. Good morning, sir. Or in my dialect, you greet according to your family lineage, and you must do that. That's how we grow up. But these days, many parents have restricted themselves from doing that. Before someone else will come somewhere and say, don't talk to my child, it's my child, I know how to train my child and all that. So that communal nature is no longer there. And you can see, that is just a microcosm of the larger one. You could see, apart from this idea of greeting, you could see children, they hardly even get up from the seat for an elder to sit, if that's the only seat.
That's another dimension to it.
Now, you see some of them, they are very disrespectful. They have begun to euphemize what we call disrespect. You see some of them will say savage reply. What you might want to call obscenity,
I think that's one of the effects of
stupidity, social media. Yeah. You see some of them will say, there's a new one now, we listen, we don't judge.
That's not even good.
They are indirectly promoting children to go haywire.
Go wild.
They are promoting this idea of you can always do whatever you want to do. And they are promoting immorality.
And the question we should even be asking is, what do we call judge in this context? Judging is discipline. Discipline we're talking about.
It is a discipline they want to eradicate.
When a child does something wrong, you're supposed to discipline that child.
So you say,
but to children of this generation,
you listen, you don't judge. That will judge, you say, you listen, you don't judge. Besides that, sir, you see, when these children were growing up, they were given this orientation that I am your father, I am your mother, I am the only person, I should be the only person that has the moral right to discipline you. And that's bad. Let these children know that all parents in this vicinity are your parents.
Even adults.
Even adults.
Not
they have the right to discipline you in my absence. When I was growing up, something happened. I went home to tell my father that a teacher has flogged me in school. He said, okay, the next morning we'll go. He followed me to school. And when we got there, he took the cane himself and flogged me again right in front of the teacher. These were adults in unity. Adults having a meeting over me that I don't even know about. Their primary aim then was, this child must not go wayward. Now that I am an adult, I used to think like, okay, could it be the reason why my dad have to flog me again? That sends a message. The message was, you are safe in his hands and don't misbehave because I'm your father. I'll flog you again. But these days, we've seen parents that will follow their children to school and start constituting nuisance. Some of them will not even ask. You'll be telling your child right from the home that your teacher will die today. You are giving that child an impression that he or she can disrespect
an elder and
get away with it. I'm your mother, I will always fight for you. You are creating a small problem that will blossom into a bigger one in society tomorrow. A child you couldn't discipline today will end up in prison. And they'll start crying. Discipline your child. Teach these children societal value. the values, one of the values that will hold tenaciously to in Africa is respect. They should be respectful. Leave this idea of we are in a civilized world, this is a computer age. And in America, you don't touch a child like that, they'll call the police on trust Nigeria police.
Okay.
They'll be very quick to tell you, no, it's not like that. You must respect your parents and all that. So that is one of the factors. Okay. Though there are other factors. There are factors that we have this single motherhood and fatherhood. Yeah. It's also a contributing factor.
Broken homes.
A broken home. Now, if a child is coming from a broken home, that parental care, love will not be there. Of course, it's not easy for one person to train up a child.
Okay.
You need a father figure, you need a mother figure, and this person is not there. Definitely, it will affect the child's psychology, and that will metamorphose into an adult that will be antisocial,
okay,
or that will be maladjusted in society.
All right.
So that is another angle.
Okay, once again, it's the Guys Hangout Show, and tonight we're taking a look at the issue of the lack of parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What is the difference between the way it used to be and the way it is now? Now, Abu, in closing, I just wanted to give a word of advice to parents out there who are not living up to expectation in terms of disciplining their child. Those who think, letting their child get away with everything they do is a sign of love. What's your advice for them? In less than,
They shouldn't be just a father or a mother.
Okay.
They should be parents. And parenting is not an easy job.
Okay.
If you are capable of giving birth to a child, you should be able to take good care of that child. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to discipline your child.
Don't be scared to discipline your child. I guess that's the parting word for tonight. I want to say a big thank you to you, Abu, for taking out time.
Thank you, my brother.
Time to be with us on the show today. And of course, to every one of you out there who have created time to be with us. I hope you've taken something away from tonight's discourse. Of course, the most important thing to take away from this is parenting is serious business. All right? So the moment you decide to become a parent, just have it in mind that the future of that child lies in your hands. If that child is going to grow up to become a responsible person, it's totally up to you. And of course, it's up to the adults that child is surrounded by. So another thing that Abu said in the course of his analysis is that parenting doesn't just end with you as a parent. You should also give the adults around your child the responsibility of raising your child, just like it was in the olden days. Don't have this mindset that you are the only one who has the responsibility of taking care of that child. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do ensure you do the right thing and stay out of trouble. Do have yourself a lovely night rest.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body. But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àyàbá sókè, àbá sọpẹ́. Àlàyé àpàdé, àbá sọpẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀dúwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbede Nwonse. was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized its significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated, according to tradition and customs. Those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.